I'm also a student, pursue civil and environmental engineering from Egerton University. It's in Nakuru. So if the presentation is ready, that's what I'll be talking about. Establishing environmental sustainability through recycling. That's what I was asked to talk about, but I am mostly going to talk about how we're going to be changing from pollution to solution, okay? And I will break this down to what we can understand. So you can go to the next slide. Yeah, I'm Joseph Ngudero. You can call me Joe for this session. Yeah. So that image, back, the image, back. Yep, there. So that image is that. So that image is a picture of my friends and I. We had gone to Lake Naivasha, and so what you see there are people stuck in a lake, Lake Naivasha, because of that green thing that's floating on the water. That's called water hyacinth. Water hyacinth happens to be the world's most problematic aquatic weed. It grows in more than 70 countries around the world. You've heard of it in Lake Victoria. If you've gone to Nairobi Dam, you've seen it as well. And basically, the problem of this, let me break it down, is because it causes a lot of problems when you have irrigation, hydroelectric power stations, navigation, fishing, and everything else. Now, so we had gone on I'm from Nairobi. This has never been a problem to me. So I went with my classmates in Lake Naivasha on a class trip. We got stuck here for close to 5 hours, and that's when we realized, do something about it. What can we do with this? And that's how Hyapack was born. Hyapack was hyacinth and packaging. So the idea is, if I consume this sweet, I'll be left with this paper, this wrapper. Now, these wrappers are plastic. When I use this wrapper, I'll throw it away, and it will never be used again. So the idea was so the startup is basically using hyacinth to create biodegradable alternatives to this. So we've this that's same properties and same features and everything, but at the end of use, you throw this away and it biodegrades. So, yeah. Next. Yeah, so you've probably seen our innovation everywhere, from Total Energies, Chandaria, Institution of Engineers Kenya. We've won a couple of awards. As he was mentioning, we've the World Engineering Day globally. The East Africa community gave us the best innovation from Kenya. We are the East Africa Youth for Climate Action Award-winning project, and so on. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the next thing. So what is sustainability? There's a whole textbook definition of sustainability that I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to talk about something that's really simple that we're going to talk about. So sustainability is basically reducing your carbon footprint, managing waste. Are you going to be using Tetra Packs for putting water, or are you going to be using plastic bottles? That's really innovative. And conserving water, you don't have to leave this is stuff you know, the tap running, the lights on, getting efficient energy systems that don't use a lot of power, and so on. So next. So the problem is that this is how we look at trash, and this is how we look at waste. It doesn't look too bad. It's just a paper. It's just a plastic bottle. It's just it's nothing big. Next. But now this is the problem when you look at it from a sustainability point of view. So you'll have a trash and or solid waste. It will give you air pollution. This will give you social unrest. It will give you poverty, and that causes mushrooming of slums, greenhouse gas emissions, wastewater. It's a ripple effect. You see, when you throw away one piece of trash, it builds up to something that's big and has much impact. So next. Yeah. Now these are the elements of nature that we know of, basically. Water, air, earth, fire, and there's another one, plastics. Basically, these are the things you're going to find everywhere. When you go to whatever place you're going to go, so you're going to find water, all that, and then you're going to find plastics. because we have this love-hate relationship with plastics. You know, your phones are plastics, your chairs and your desks, you know, almost everything that you interact with has some plastic components. And next, so plastic causes a lot of pollution. That's something that we all know. And the reasons why we have a lot of pollution, it's because we buy more goods. The more goods we buy, the more choice that we have. The more choice we have, the shorter the goods have the lifespan. For example, if you're buying bread, bread has an expiry date of like 5 days. And now there's that wrapper that has the bread. And you're going to throw away that wrapper. So it's more disposable. And then you can easily replace stuff. You know, if something broke down, you just go and buy another one. That's how life is. So that's why you have like a lot of pollution. Let's go on the next slide. So how do you solve this? Now this is the part where you guys come in. Yep, next. So I was asked to talk about recycling, sustainability in recycling, but recycling is not a solution to plastic pollution because we have this thing in engineering and sustainability. It's called the waste pyramid. So the waste pyramid looks something like that. It's an inverted triangle where on the topmost you have the best sustainable measure that you can ever have, and at the least, the sustainable measure is at the bottom. So the first thing that you can do is refuse. You know, you don't have to use a straw. You don't. Trust me, you won't die if you don't use a straw. Then you reduce the waste. If you can't refuse, reduce. If you had to, let's say, go a lot of kilometers on a car and you can walk, you know, just walk. Now, reusing is, now if I'm done with my plastic bottle, you don't have to throw it away. You can have, these plants that are grown in the house, these flowers, and just something amazing. Now, recycling comes at the end. Almost at the end. The reason why recycling is unsustainable, engineers won't tell you this, and the government will tell you this, but when you recycle, when you throw away your trash, only less than 30% of it is going to be recycled. The rest will either end up in Dandora, in the landfill, or it will end up somewhere in a water body. That's the problem of recycling, because recycling is expensive. And when you have stuff like this, now, this can't be recycled. It's recyclable, but it won't be recycled. It's going to be trash. That's why recycling is not like the biggest option. And then now we recover. Now recovering is more of construction materials and so on, and then disposing. Now, next. Yeah. So basically what I'm trying to say is if you can refuse and reduce all these items that you see on your left, these plastic straws, the plastic spoons, the tumblers, if you can't stop, at least now try to recycle them. Because, okay, now, how you're fitting into this when you're talking about innovation is that now we are making back. What my startup is doing is that we are making these products you see on your left, but are biodegradable. That's what you're doing. So unless it's biodegradable, just refuse them or don't use them at all. Thank you. Now, next slide. Yeah, this is an innovation week, you know, and I've been talking about sustainability. These are stuff you know, stuff you've been told since you were a kid. What's innovative about recycling? What can you talk about recycling that is new? Next, that's why we talk about tech. This is Tech Innovation Week. This is a place full of brilliant minds. And tech is the silent criminal in the whole pollution story. Because, next, you know, this pollution is loud. We see this a lot, this pollution everywhere. And then we tend to have these activists, not bad, and then they'll go throw away their arms and be placards and all that, and you know, we want change. And then you guys are going to post this on social media and put hashtag pollution. It's all fine, you know, it's all fine. But let me say, there's something that we don't talk about though. We don't talk about this trash. We don't talk about us. Okay, let me see by a show of hands. If you've had more than one phone in your lifetime, raise up your hand. If you've had more than one phone in your lifetime. If you've had more than one earphone, raise up your hand. Just add to the hands that are raising up. I just want to see. So all these other guys, you've never used electronic waste and discarded it away or anything? Okay. So we have this electronic waste. So we have computers that we we don't use. We have refrigerators that are old. We have television sets that are old. We have phones. You know, you had, next slide. Yeah, it's called e-waste. E-waste is electronic waste. Something is wrong in that slide. Electronic waste means equipment that has reached the end of life. And this basically is, you know, like iPhone produced iPhone 11, you buy iPhone 11, right? And then they have iPhone 12, you buy iPhone 12. Then you buy iPhone 13, you buy iPhone 13. No, but you had still the iPhone 11, iPhone 12. Oh, where do you send that? Where do you trash that? You see, you had earphones, and then earphones like right now are getting slowly phased out, and people are getting to earpods and all that. Where do you take your earphones? Where do you take the chargers that you don't use? Where do you take your power banks? Where do you take those TV, you know, like you've bought a new Samsung television that is higher definition. Where do you take the old one that you had? Just click next. Yeah. So why am I talking about e-waste? You know. Yep. So e-waste. The reason why we are here, the reason why I changed this conversation to talk about this, is e-waste contains valuable substances. Mercury, lead. Your earphones, the ones that you're trying to throw away, have magnets inside. That's usable. We have stuff that has battery. And if something has battery, the batteries are lithium. And the lithium, yes, it's toxic, but it's reusable. The problem that we're having with electric vehicles is also because of the charging system that has battery systems. And batteries, the reason why we have a problem with batteries is because we have to mine new lithium. But if we can generate this lithium from these old machines, we're in business. Now, speaking of business, Kenya alone, I didn't want to talk about numbers, but this had to come in. We generate 30,000 tons of e-waste annually. That is for refrigerators, TVs, computers, printers, and mobile phones. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm not talking about the power banks that you don't use. I'm not talking about earphones and anything else, just heavy, heavy stuff. No mouse, no keyboard, nothing. So that's like an opportunity. So there are two ways you can look at this. It's either a problem or it's either an opportunity. Next. Yeah, so why recycle this? I talked about the first one. So when we recycle this, if we can find a way where we can use, you know, like right now we're using smartphones. Before then we had these phones that had, okay, our phones right now are smartphones with no buttons. Before we had smartphones with some buttons, and then we had the QWERTY keyboard, and then we had the normal Mulika Muizis, right? And then we had the other ones that are long with something like a string. So all these have internal components inside that are reusable. They have motherboards, they have circuits. So if we can recycle this, we prevent the strain of making new models, new phone models. There is no one in Africa who recycles bulbs and tube lights. Like these bulbs, after some while, same as printers and same as projectors, the lights at the projectors, at the end use, they're going to be thrown away. No one in Africa does recycling. You guys are here, you guys are like the cream of the society in terms of the brain, manpower, and everything. And you're the future. We are looking at this problem, and by 2030, when we'll be doing this sustainability, looking back and seeing how far we've come, this is one of the problems that we'll be having. This is one of the challenges that we'll be facing because we are continuing to advance in technology. So think about what you can do with the old fridge that you have at home, a TV, if you work somewhere, or if you're trying to be volunteer somewhere, there's probably an old printer that is somewhere, an old Epson, or an old camera, you know. Can it be used? We had floppy disks now, and then we went to flash disks, and now we're in memory cards. Is there a way that we can utilize whatever we are trying to get out of? Could your earphones be used for something different, you know? Make up something, art or anything, science that is innovative. Next. Yes, so thank you. I've come to the end of my presentation. Next. Yeah, thank you. That's my end of the presentation. And If you have any questions, I'll be ready to answer them.
Thank you. So, it's not a secret that people in general are somehow lazy. So when it comes to this fact that we all want to now redevelop or reuse, recycle the electronic waste, how are you going to get people to bring their old earphones like that, and maybe they just think if I just throw it in the bin, I'm done. So how are you going to make people, how do you advise us to help you make people bring them or collect?
Thank you. Yeah, so collection is obviously something that will be potentially a problem unless you look at it from this angle. And they're going to tell you that they're going to recycle, but so what you do, you create value for money. People will do anything as long as there's some value in it. Tell me that you're going to, you give me your old earphones, and I'll give you, let's say an earphone, earphones are about 200 shillings, right? So let's say you bring me your old earphones that you want to, let's say they're working or not working, doesn't matter. Then I'll give you about 10% of it. Instead of you throwing it in the trash, just bring it and I'll give you 10% of its value. Or give me the old earphones that you have, and then I'll give you like a product. Let's say we are partnering with Safaricom, and I'll give you 500 MBs free, for example. People will be willing to bring it. Thank you.
You said that you'll be giving them money in return, but like, where will you get the money from?
Thank you. So basically, what I would imagine if I were you and I want to do this, if I'm recycling this, you obviously have a value chain of how you're going to, after collecting them, what am I going to do with them? Am I going to like sort them and then I get out the circuit boards and use the circuit boards to create something like Arduinos or stuff that will be Legos that do something that's amazing, Will I use them? Now, the Legos, if I sell the Legos will probably, this is a rough, don't take this for rough estimate. Let's say one Lego will sell for maybe 300 shillings, for example, and I give these people 10 shillings to give me their old earphones. I've literally made a gross profit of 290 shillings. That's business. Thank you.
You mentioned that the trash that we have contains mercury and lead.
Among others.
Yes. So is there a way of using some of those components to actually recycle an earphone into a recycled earphone? And furthermore, have you guys done this in the past?
My field is sustainability. I'm an engineer. I'm a civil engineer by profession, still studying yet to graduate. But my playing field is in sustainability and environment. So what I do myself is, I told you, I deal with plastic waste. That's what I do. Because that's what I discovered as the problem. But this is not, this being an innovation week and this being a tech stuff. Like, we're literally in Safaricom, literally. And so how I thought that I will bring this on conversation on board is that I engage your minds on e-waste and electronic trash and the junkyards that we have. And have you guys come up with solutions? How do you want to, which direction do you want to take this? Because like it or not, this is one of the biggest challenges that will be facing our future in the next 10 years actually, 10, 20, 30 years, about 10 years. 10 years and 20 years, this is the biggest problem that we'll be having because with each newer model of something that comes up, we have an older model that we're getting out of. That older model, one way or another, we need to discard it. Any other question?
You see, when you recycle the e-waste, you'll need a professional most probably to extract the mercury from this, maybe revamp it and everything. So it's obviously going to be more expensive than the manufactured thing from China, a brand new one. So how would you encourage people to buy that which has been recycled to reduce the waste? Because people won't have the motivation because they're thinking that they're going to use less money on a new thing than more money on an old thing. So how would you bring them on board?
Thank you. So in recycling, the recycling world, we have different methods of recycling. So the first one, the most used one, is downcycling. Downcycling means if I had a product, let's say a plastic bottle, let's use the Coca-Cola bottle. So after I'm done with drinking that Fanta, and I have that, that Coca-Cola bottle, and I want to throw it away. So I'll throw it away. And then these guys will come, and they'll take it for recycling. Now, in the business of recycling, what happens is that these people have an option to create whatever they want according to their imagination. They can make probably toys out of that trash and sell that toy for some value. They can use the same bottle, recycle it, and make another bottle. That's, I don't remember, but it's something on the same level. Or they can use that bottle and make a peg. Now, a peg, the normal pegs that you use on the hanging lines, have lower value than the bottle. So that's downcycling. So my idea is that if you will take up this challenge of electronic waste and e-waste, try to upscale it. You know, if you had stuff that was maybe of a lower value, try to convert it into stuff of higher value, and that will be something that's good for the environment and good for you. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Really appreciate for that. I hope there are no any other questions. Any questions?
Hi.
Hello.
So my question is on how you ensure that the e-waste is safe for the guys recycling it, the mode of collection that you use, and how you ensure that even after recycling, the mercury and lead does not affect the people who use the product that came out of the recycling.
Thank you. So if I were to do this, probably the best collection method I think of is having this. You've seen what Total is doing with the plastics? Have you guys seen what Total Energies, the petrol station, Total Energies is doing? I think they have one somewhere in Westlands as well, where you have your plastic trash and you take it to Total and they'll do some recycling. You've seen that program somewhere? So I think of doing the same probably if I were to take trash from people. There are some companies startups that are trying to do that, but it's still on a small scale. So it's a really big market that you guys being innovative and being in the tech side will look forward into getting into. So I will probably place them, have a partnership with probably Naivas, probably, and then have people like when you go to Naivas, you know that there's a place that you can throw away your trash that's electronic, and be assured that you'll get some value out of it. Then, so how will you make it good for the people who are working with it? Now, not everything that has mercury, not everything has lead. Your earphones don't have all that. They just have some wires, the jack that gets into your phone, and some magnet. You could use the magnet for something. You could use the wires to create something else altogether. Then you could use the jack to create something. You know, you don't have to make it another earphones, ear pairs of earphones. You could make it into something else. So that's how you make it safe for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Um, that was very insightful. Everything about sustainability and the hierarchy that you gave us on sustainability, from refuse all the way to recycle all the way. So I'd like us to go for break for 30 minutes. I'd like us to keep time. We are very past time. I'd like us to go for break right now, and we'll start with the Action Foundation team first, then everyone else will follow later. Thank you. I hope you're now energized, feeling much better than before. So next we're gonna have a panel discussion with our lovely educators. And I guess our moderator is going to tell us what it's about. I won't do that. And I'd like to invite Peter Mushine from Wood Creek School. Thank you. Give him a round of applause, guys. Mekula.
Hello. How are you? Are you okay? You've had your tea? Feeling energetic for this next session? Yes. I think let me start by introducing myself for those who have just joined us. My name is Peter Mushine Mwangi, and I'm an educator. I work in Wood Creek School. I teach design and technology. I also teach computer studies, and I teach CS, that is computer science. So I'm happy to be here. And today we are going to have a very interesting discussion. And today we are going to talk about creative learning spaces, okay? How we can be able to, how educators and students can be able to work together, okay? That's called co-creating. They can be able to work, your teachers, and also you can also be able to work together and create wonderful learning experiences that will help all of us to be able to achieve our purpose, okay? So I'm going to quickly introduce my panelists. Just a minute. I'm going to introduce my panelists who some of them are they're going to be joining me here on stage. First panelist for today, she's a Scratch and robotics trainer from STEM Impact Center. Ladies and gentlemen, she's also among, okay, those are just drum rolls. I think those are drum rolls. Yes, so she's a Scratch and robotics trainer, and she works in STEM Impact Center. She specializes in Scratch coding, robotics, 3D printing, mobile app development, and Python. Her aim is to bridge the gap in digital literacy between the privileged and underprivileged. Christina, I've given you her name. Christina is part of the Ignite Girls in STEM program by STEM Impact Center, where they provide opportunities for high school girls to intern at the company. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Christina Ndegwa. Christina Ndegwa, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Our next panelist for today, she is a Scratch, she's the Scratch lead at YTF Kenya, a tech-based nonprofit that works with youth and women towards creating an enriched learning community through technology. She works with schools and children's centers in promoting creative learning with Scratch and bridging the existing technology gap to promote quality education. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Zura Mula from Youth for Technology. Zura, welcome. Our third panelist for today, she is a civil engineering graduate. Oh my. From JKUAT, with a strong passion in teaching since a young age. She began teaching when she was young like you. She has been a trainer in tech since 2016. Where were you in 2016? Class 6. She was selected a global talent in the Unleash 2019 program, which aims to bring together innovators from all over the world to connect and come up with solutions. Currently, she's working with the Action Foundation as a programs officer and the lead STEM trainer for learners with disabilities in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Stacy Irara from the Action Foundation. The next panelist, I can see I'm surrounded with ladies. I need help. Where are the men? The next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he works in Hillcrest International School. He's an educator. He's into education integration using IT, and he's a computer teacher of 20 years. 20 years, my goodness. 20 years. Help me welcome Mr. David Ongaya. David Ongaya.
Thank you.
He looks young. Doesn't look like he has all that experience.
I taught first time was the year 2002. I've taught all the windows.
My goodness. He has taught all the windows, from DOS all the way to, now we are in?
Windows 11.
Windows 11. So I think our panelists are all here. Wait, Mr. David, I think there's a chair. Is there a chair next to you? Oh, there's one more. There's one more who is very important before I forget. Oh, she's not around. Okay, I've just been informed that due to unavoidable circumstances, our panelist is not around, but we have, they're saying Sisi ndio tuko. Yes, we have the 3 ladies and 1 gentleman, and how can we be able to co-create, okay? How can we be able to ensure that our learners are able to be involved in the learning experience? How can they be able to have a different perspective, a different experience from what we had, from what our parents had? And we are going to start with a statement that is going to guide us. And it's from an educator, a philosopher, known as John Dewey. And he said, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. I repeat, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So this is going to be a statement that is going to guide us. I would like to hear our panelists. What do you think about this statement? And as you start, you can just briefly maybe say something about yourself, and then you can tell us. What do you think about this statement? What do you think about what John Dewey says? If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. Maybe we can start far end.
From my understanding is that in the 21st century, today's child is a 21st century child learner. So we call them the digital babies. Our parents are the digital natives. So our parents are the migrants, okay? These are the natives. These have been born here by these technologies. I'll introduce in the aspect that the first time I stepped in class to do coding and learning, by then it was the year 2002, AVU, KU, and we are first beneficiaries of what we call the virtual learning university. That one already set a pace for me as a 21st century learner. But when I compare then and now, they've had a very big paradigm shift in terms of, then it was virtual, and now we're talking about a real-time blended learning. I'm talking this because what I'm doing right now is blended learning. Blended learning is a combination of both physical and online, right? So the 21st century child have to adapt in terms of their needs of gaming. They need to do gaming, and I have to understand that. This week we are doing the World Cup coding, and so you can see I have to go with what they need, right? So that's how the 21st century child is. If I was to limit them, then I'll have robbed them a lot in terms of their needs. So they're doing Scratch, World Cup, they're doing Python through World Cup, and they're enjoying it.
I love it. I love it. I love what you're saying about going with the trend, you know, and not sticking to what was there. And now you're doing Scratch World Cup. I would like also to hear what Stacy is doing.
I will say that especially for the current generation, or rather the students that we have right now, one, I am an advocate for, can we use the language that you are understanding? So my students know that personally I love Sheng. I love teaching in Sheng. It's much easier and simpler. It doesn't seem that serious, you know. It's easier for them to express themselves when you're teaching them using Sheng, because the whole English, I'm looking for that word, but I can't find it. So one language is something. So when you say that, yes, the students, you cannot teach the students right now the way you taught them yesterday. When I think of the teachers that were teaching me back in high school, I wish I was my teacher back then when I look back, because if I was taught the way I teach, then I think I will be at a much better place. But yeah, it's a true statement.
I love what you've said about you've introduced an aspect of language and being able to be adaptable to the trends and what is happening. And you know, at the end of the day, the most important thing is whether you are able to connect to your students. Is not having a structured way of communicating or a structured way of passing information. I really loved about that point. How many of you love Sheng? Yeah. How many of you appreciate Sheng? A few of you. I can see we have a lot of English speakers in the house. Okay, guys. Let's hear from Zura. What about you? What do you think about what do you think about how we need to be able to engage our learners? Should we engage our learners based on how they were engaged, how we were engaged in the past, or is there a way we need to adapt or change in how we teach or how we disseminate information?
In my opinion, there's a lot of change in everything that we do. I mean, look at how people are dressing right now. You can't compare it with how we were dressing in the 18th century as we were evolving. Look at the cars that we're driving right now. There's change. In the same way, when it comes to education, there's also that change. So the moment we stick with what we have been doing, I mean, years that have passed, we are limiting the potential of our learners. I'm a Scratch trainer, and what I actually do in my class, I try to relate, to use things that these students or these learners can actually relate with in their environment. because our objective at the end of a training session is to equip these learners with skills such that in the event we are not around, they are able to solve these problems by themselves. So the approach that we use is student-led. We're only coming in to help you, to assist you, to guide the learner to be able to achieve or create a given project that they're working on.
Lovely. I love that approach. Talking about the teacher not being the center of learning, but the student being the center of learning, whereby the teacher comes in just to guide the learner, okay? Once the objectives are set, once the goal is set, the teacher, the work of the teacher is just to guide. And I love what you guys are doing, just being able to guide the learners to be able to achieve their objective at the end of the day. Now, Christina, I believe you are among the youngest here. And I believe I would like to hear your perspective on this. Now that you are, you also work with young people. You are a young person yourself. And what is it? How is your experience? Teaching the young people that you're teaching at STEM Impact Africa, and according to even your experience when you're in school. Do you think that there still needs to be more change, even in how we teach, or even in how students are handled?
Yes. So, as a high school student and an educator, I kind of take what I learned from school and implement it. If I enjoyed the lesson, I'll implement it in the next class I'm teaching. But if, let's say, I found the lesson boring, I'll find ways to make the lesson I'm teaching more interactive by using icebreakers or like doing peer-to-peer teaching. So, or because I use, let's say, in this class, I have a champion student. So this student has maybe done Scratch before, so I'd tell them to help to leave the class and enter where they don't they know what to do, or they need assistance from me. So, because children like to follow, not really follow, but they like to learn from each other. They find it easier to interact and to listen to their peers and their friends. So I find it easier and makes the class more interactive if they're learning from each other, instead of just me standing at the board and telling them what to do and what not to do. Yeah.
Well, this is very interesting. I mean, having a student also being able to be a teacher at some point and teaching the fellow students, and for her, she's now able to pick their interests. She's able to pick their mindset. She's able to pick, the psychology, because she's in the same age group. So this is very interesting. It's very interesting how we are rethinking about education, how we are rethinking about everything, because now we have even young people. We are having young people who are also teaching. And I'd like now to shift gears a bit, and like us to, David, you've been talking about how you're flexible. And Sir Ken Robinson stated that schools are killing creativity. You're in school, you're working as a teacher. How do you ensure that you're able to meet your objectives as a teacher? How do you ensure that you stick to your lesson plan, yet not try to kill creativity amongst your learners? How do you achieve that?
This is where we have what you call trying to kill the myth behind technology being a problem. It was until COVID now taught us a lesson in terms of the attitude we have towards technology. And the reason why I went for ICT integration was because I wanted to convince the stakeholders, the students, the parents, and the teachers that we are in the 21st century and we have to give technology a priority. So in terms of creativity, the year 2001, the curriculum developers had to change the hierarchy of the Bloom's technology in terms of need of education. And up there, they had to change evaluation and they replaced it with creativity. And the reason why they did that is because we are in a world and we could not place some skills like programming, blogging, podcasting, and many others. We could not place them anywhere on the hierarchy. So creativity became a key in terms of catering for the needs of the modern child. And so my work has been to influence, to mentor, to educate teachers on how to embrace technology across the curriculum. And so we call it cross-curriculum approach to technology. And that's what has really helped to change the mindset. So from there, the reason I joined Hillcrest 8 years ago, we introduced something called Bring Your Own Device for Learning, BYOD. And so every child brings a mobile phone, they bring tablets, and we were to make it be known that these devices are here to stay, and how can we turn it to creativity? And so we are doing so well. Many people were punching holes into it. Why introduce technology to a 10-year? I have 10-year-olds who are bringing laptops. My 12-year-olds are carrying phones to school every day, and how do they survive? So there are many aspects that we had to use to make this technology be turned into a creative way. That's how it is.
Interesting, interesting. BYOD, bring your own device. I love that program. It's a very innovative program. Before I continue, our guest, one of our guests is here, one of our panelists is here. I was informed that she had issues with her flight, but fortunately, let me just introduce my panelist. She holds a Bachelor of Education degree from Maseno University and a Masters of Science in Applied Analytical Chemistry, that is from Kenyatta University. She is Beth Mayer Advisory Board Member. She'll tell us what that is. And she's a Tech Women 2019 Fellow, Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, and Master Trainer. She's also a yearly fellow, annual EduTech Conference Speaker, and ICT Integration Coach. She has trained over 1,000 teachers to teach effectively with great passion in transforming education through STEM and teaching coaching. And in 2020, she made it to the top 50 Global Teacher Prize finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Lina Anyango. Welcome, Lina.
Thank you.
Sorry about your flight issues. Yes, you've just joined us. We are actually talking about, David was just telling us how he manages to foster creativity in classroom. You know, as teachers, teachers sometimes have a really hard task of ensuring certain objectives are met, ensuring that you need to cover the syllabus in time. And sometimes those are the kind of things that sometimes teachers might sometimes find challenges in. And I love what, David, you've said, whereby you are integrating technology. You're not just teaching ICT in your subject, but you are actually ensuring that also other teachers are using ICT. They're using ICT to teach, because that also fosters creativity. And it also empowers learners that whatever you are teaching there in the ICT lab, when they go to the other lessons, they are also able to continue with it. I like that approach. Now, I'm going to shift the gears a bit. Christina, you've been working with young people, and you use a lot of platforms while you're teaching at STEM Impact Center. I would like you to speak about some of the platforms that you use just to foster innovation and just to ensure that you know, most of your students are engaged and they are able to grow in, you know, what you are teaching them.
Okay, so for the platforms I use while teaching, since I mostly do coding using Scratch, so I use a Scratch platform, which lets the children explore their creativity by customizing the sprites, which are the characters, or choosing their own backdrops, and creating different projects like video games or animations. And this allows them to, and after every project, I make sure the child presents their work to the entire class. It also fosters their presentation and their public speaking skills. And then I also use Tinkercad for the 3D printing. This one lets the children design their own creations on Tinkercad, and I'll also show them how to print the creation afterwards, so they can also have something to carry home and show their parents what they've also learned during the class. And yeah.
Wow. Amazing stuff that you're doing. Tinkercad. How many of you have done 3D printing here before? 3D printing? Christina, you can see here you have a lot of people that that can be your students at STEM Impact Center. Yes. So 3D printing is actually one of the technologies that you know, a lot of institutions are using, and not just institutions, but also in the industry. People are able to print spare parts. They are able to come up with different things that are not being produced anymore. They can be able to print them out. I like the fact that you have diversified at STEM Impact Center. You have really diversified technology, not just the normal coding that we are used to, but you're also thinking of other ways that can make your students be innovative and even be creators. I like us to shift gears again. Stacey, I'd like you to talk about inclusivity in the classroom. I know you work with diverse people in your organization. So how are you able to work with them, and how are you able to foster innovation in your space?
Yes, so I think I'd like to tell a story. I'm glad I'm here with Zuhra. I was working with her before I shifted to the Action Foundation. And I think one of the things that inaitwa character dev, nilipigwa character dev ile I'm used to teaching normal, in quotes, like normal students. But then I've gone to the Action Foundation, and I have 3,000 girls all over Kenya with different disabilities. I have students who are totally blind. Others have low vision. Others maybe are physically impaired. They're all different. And now the point was, we are not saying hawawezi soma scratch. We are saying tutawafunza aje scratch waelewe. Because at the end of the day, they should also know about scratch. Because if they were to come up with solutions, we don't want them to be like the dependent, population in the country. We want them to contribute even economically. So that was my greatest challenge, like, nitawafunza aje, But then, as a teacher, it doesn't even matter. It's not even about like disabilities or anything. It's being able to know your group of students. Because I came to know there are many disabilities. Wacha easy physical yenye unaona. I came to know there are students who just don't understand maths. It's a disability, you know. So as a teacher, you need to be aware about that I have such a student. I have a student who doesn't comprehend literature. Like venye Felix alikuwa anasema, yeye B akiandika ni B, lakini venye anaiandika ni D. You get? So all these are different students who are in the same class. But then we can't say, acha hawa tuwaache juu hawashiki. You know, we have to like change the way we are teaching so that they can understand. Because some of the things that we really advocate for is inclusion. This whole vibe of having students who are blind, wako huko Kibos in Kisumu, wako peke yao, you know, kuna students wengine sijui wako Coast, wako peke yao, and they are all alone. We need to like have everyone in the same class. So that as a teacher, I know I have maybe a student who has dyslexia, niko na mwingine ako na epilepsy, niko na normal students, niko na mwingine maybe ako na another disability, ama whichever, you know. So you need to be like aware so that all these students in that same classroom, they are supposed to learn. It's not like, sijui niseme rocket science, it's supposed to happen. Like all of them should be able to learn in that space. So you have to be like very, like have a 3D view of the students that you have. Uelewe kuna wenye wana understand, even in a normal class, utaona kuna wale students chap. Yeye ata utampe robot, ashaanza kushikanisha, hata ajui project ni gani, but ashaanza tu kushikanisha. Kuna wengine anagoja waambiwe. Kuna wengine hata hawajafungua the box. You can see that as a teacher when you're teaching. So being able to like group different students with their abilities, ndio wasaidiane, what Christina said, it's actually very true. It's much easier for students kujifunza without you being involved. Yeah? So just helping them to understand each other. Acha hao students wako kwa group wajue, tuko na mtu haoni hapa, tuko na mwingine hasikii, and all of us have to work together. So if you're talking and one of your students maybe is blind, it means you need to be aware venye unaongea. Badala ya kusema I am Stacy, if we had a blind person in our midst here, then you will have to describe yourself. Juu hakuoni, you know, you have to describe yourself like I am Stacy, I am short, you know, something like that. Being aware of the people that you have, so that then you're inclusive. You'll be able to like have everyone in mind as maybe now you're delivering your content. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stacy. I think that's a very interesting. It's a very interesting perspective about inclusivity, because most of us, sometimes we are not aware of even the small things. I remember there's a time I'd given an activity in class, and I was teaching year 3. It was an ICT lesson. And so when I gave the activity, and I think it was a Kahoot. And then after that, I saw this child was just, that child was crying. And I walked towards the child and I asked the child, why are you crying? And then the child told me that, you know, I don't see well when I'm at the back. I always say, I tell my mom every time that I have an eyesight problem, but, you know, she doesn't think that it's serious. So, and that's why I've been failing my exam. I'm not able to see what the teacher is writing on the board. And, you know, that really humbled me, because I thought about it and I was like, a lot of people maybe have ignored this child, and it's a very genuine concern, you know, and she feels that she's left out. She's left out to what the other students are doing, and even to what they are able to receive from the teacher, just because of the aspect of inclusivity. So I like the fact that inclusivity can take different shapes. Someone told me that we are all dyslexic. in one way or another. Yeah, there's something you do that you think that it's so normal, but to other people it's like, well, this is not the right thing. So we are all able differently, and we really need to embrace one another.
Yeah.
Yes, you can add something.
I'd like to add something. Nishaikuwa kwa class, ilikuwa Kisumu. So ni zile we are going around the schools because they are many and we want to at least tufikie kila shule before wafunge. So tunazunguka and we are going to each of the schools and we are doing like a weekend boot camp. So kuna venye mimi nimejipanga nikitoka Nairobi. Naenda Kisumu, day 1, session 1, maybe tutafanya scratch, session 2 itakuwa meki, different things. So mi nimefika, set up vitu zangu, students are seated, the class, everyone was deaf. Sa niko hapo, I have my sign language interpreter and I start. So as a teacher, unajua kuna venye una read mood ya students. Kuna wakati imekataa, hadi unaona ingi, they are not even understanding what you're saying. So tumesonga, and then one of the students anaambia teacher niambie that na force issues. So niko like, what do you mean na force? So ananiambia na wafunza kitu yeye specifically hakuwa anataka kusoma hiyo. So I'm like, okay. So you want to do something else. Imagine you let that student do it because, and that brings the point on inclusivity of, as a teacher, kuna ile plan uko nayo, ama you have your targets, your objectives, your plans and everything. Lakini, you have students, kama venye wengine wanasema they are art illustrators, wengine ni web developers. So if you have that web developer in a class of mobile applications, your student hako sawa, atakwambia una force, unaona? But then if you have that student in ile time yenye anapenda, it's okay. So you find that as a teacher, have ways of letting students take charge of what you want. Tunaweza kuwa si wote tunafanya robotics, lakini kuna wenye watafanya robotics na Lego, kuna wengine watafanya robotics na maybe the Vex robotics kit, kuna mwingine atafanya robotics bado na meki. So yeah, at the end of the day it's robotics, so don't be like rigid in terms of what you want to achieve. Yeah.
Yes. That's all about, that's inclusivity. Now, the question that I will pose to you, do you think you are, as a student, do you think that you are inclusive of your classmate in school? And as a teacher, do you think that you are inclusive, even as in the way you handle your students in school, even in the way you handle others? And as we continue this conversation, I'd like now to loop in Lina. Lina has been in the education space for quite a while. And I would like her to tell us about how can school leaders be able to support and promote students, even in creativity? How can they be able to support that as school leaders? Because now we've been talking a lot about educators, but now we want to to know how can now school leaders be able to promote creativity in the classroom?
Okay, thank you. Maybe before I respond to your question, I'd like to add some more insights on what my friend has been saying about inclusivity. And maybe one aspect which maybe I've not had come out clearly is inclusivity in terms of gender inclusivity. And now that this is something about STEM, or STEAM, if you may like it as so, we realize that there's a very big disparity in terms of gender between the males and the females venturing into this field. Actually, statistics show that only 15% of workforce in STEM fields is women. So, and this thing can only be rectified right from the classroom. Inclusivity in our pedagogy when we are teaching, when we are preparing course materials, do we consider both gender? For instance, for a long time, when you're giving examples of pilots and engineers, we usually use pictures of males in those textbooks. And if you are giving examples of domestic chores, we give a picture of a woman carrying a baby and at the same time cooking and cleaning the house. So gradually, what message have we been sending to our girls? That their space is in the kitchen, and the STEM field for technology engineers, the pilots, the doctors, that one relegated to males. So I think as teachers, we are in a very good position to dissuade that stigma from the classroom. Especially in terms of the examples which we are giving, the role models that you give the students, it can also inspire the girls to get into STEM just as much as the boys, because all have the ability. Okay, now coming to your question on creativity. My opening remarks is that everybody is creative. Everybody is creative. It's only that the way I'll judge creativity might be limited to my mental model. So you might draw something which according to you, or you might come up with something which according to you is very creative, but according to my limitation, I might discourage you and tell you, hey, this is the best you could come up with. So I think as school leaders, what we should look at is, one, capacity building teachers in the areas I've talked about, in the inclusivity space, and in embracing 21st century skills, which allow students to be problem solvers, allow students to be critical thinkers, allow students to be creative and imaginative, rather than just teaching for grades. And I think that is why you've seen the government coming with the CBC model to ensure that we move from grades to competencies. One of those competencies is creativity and imagination. So school leaders can support students to be creative, one, by capacity building the teachers to be able to inculcate in their lessons learning experiences which will make the learners be able to explore their creativity, give students tasks which will make them to be critical thinkers, to be problem solvers, and also to be imaginative. Yeah.
Wow. I think I can also add that I think one of the ways, I'm here today because I work in a school. And I'm here today because someone allowed me to be here. My principal allowed me to be here. And my principal also allowed the students to come here. And, this is a place that they are also able to foster creativity, innovation, collaboration, all these 5 C's that we talk about. And I feel like also, school leaders are also playing a very important role on that. By just allowing us to have even, the other time, STEAM Labs Africa organized, they organized Game Jam in Crawford. And them making their spaces available for such events, I think this is also a very good way that we are fostering, school leaders are able to foster creativity by allowing their spaces to be used for innovation, their spaces to be used for creativity, and also allowing students, like right now we have a number of students who are here, and they've been allowed by the school leaders to be able to, to come here. I think, David, you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted just to say schools also, the leadership plays a very big role in terms of policy formulation and strategic planning. Right now, we are suffering the issue of cybersecurity and data management. I'm from this a case where, as a school, we had ICT, e-safety policy. It has been there for 8 years, and now parents are punching holes into it. It's a long time when it's due, and in our policy, bring your own device, if a child is found installing a software on that, we cannot support it. But now they're saying, what's wrong installing Roblox? Roblox is the biggest issue, by the way. The fight began from Roblox. So the school comes on board now in terms of formulating policies that support ICT integration and computer science-related affiliation, and also in terms of budget and in terms of time. You find that our area, technology, is normally given very little time, but other subjects are given more priorities. So good leadership will always give you more time in terms of timetabling and everything, time allocation for your lessons.
Thank you.
Maybe I can add something which has just come into my mind.
Okay.
I know, like his school, they have that policy of bring your own device, which is not acceptable in many schools. And I think that is the first thing we should ask ourselves as school leaders. How come some schools are able to effectively maneuver around the bring your own device policy? Because most schools or school leaders are scared of when students come to school with these digital devices, are we able to control the sites they're going to look into? Are they going to be distracted from the normal school curriculum? So I think if Hillcrest has been able to do it, I hear you said for the last 8 years, then I think we should benchmark and see, because that is the way to go. These students, they handle the devices every now and then at home. Why not in school where that device can enhance their creativity and even help them to be more innovative? Thank you.
Responsible citizens.
And responsible citizens.
Responsible citizen. You're actually talking about goal, is it goal number, is it 17, the last goal, partnership for goals. Yes, we need to partner together. Collaboration is very important, even as school leaders, and be able just to borrow from each other what other schools are doing, what is working, and how we can also be able to implement. I would like also to hear now from our audience. I'm going to give...
Peter, just a minute. Before you go to audience, yes. I have, when they're talking about inclusive learning approach,
yes.
What I've experienced the years I've taught is, how many of us in this room are extreme lefties, use extreme left? So you see, the creators of the devices,
yes,
don't really help cater for such children. I've experienced such children so much. Mm-hmm. I had a Chromebook and I couldn't change the settings for the child, and this boy is extreme left. So what I've been doing in the Windows has been very easy. If it's up to the teacher to find out the needs of each learner in terms of their differentiation. So it goes back to the teacher, and it goes back to, again, the tech people in terms of, this is an innovation of coming up with something that will only support the needs of the people who are left-handed. It's normally a big problem, especially on our touch, because I experienced that this week. And it's an area also we need to think of for the young guys who are here in terms of innovation.
Thank you so much, David. I think the issue of inclusivity is something that we need a conference. We just need a whole conference. Maybe Mr. Felix and the STEAM Labs team will be able to work on one so that we can just come here and just talk about inclusivity in education. But now I would like also just to hear from, I don't know if there is a roaming mic. Is there a roaming mic? I'd like to hear from our audience. We can have one teacher, 2 students, yes, 2 students. One from this row, this side, and the other one from the other side. I can already see hands. So we can start, I saw teacher's hand, I saw student, so we can start there at the back. Okay, I'll consider. We can start there at the back. She has a question. Yes. Please just introduce yourself, tell us your name, your school, and then your question.
Okay, hi, I'm Chloe, and I go to Crawford. I just wanted to ask, there's a lot of stigma when it comes to coding, that it's a really hard thing. So how would you encourage people to first get started? Because that's usually what happens when people don't get started because they're afraid of how difficult it is.
Anyone who will want to take that from our panelists?
Maybe I can take that. So as educators, teachers, as we go for these teaching trainings, we all start from a point where we know nothing, yeah? and then we gradually grow until we're able to understand some concept. And that is why in some of these programming languages, talk of the Scratch, it has been developed in such a way that it is very colorful, very fun to use, and easy, yeah, to at least encourage learners to just try it out. And this is where, as educators, we come in to encourage our learners, yeah, to work on whatever project you want to work on. It's okay, there's always a point to start from. So just start from where you want. And with the stigma challenge, sometimes maybe in our learning setup, the way it's situated, sometimes it's not very friendly, you know. Take an example of the most public schools that we have at the moment. A school from a very rural area and a school from an urban setting. When you look at how these two learners are, there's a very big difference. So you'll find the learner from a rural setup is very kept to themselves. So they might have a very innovative idea, but I mean, this learner from an urban setup is very educated. I don't think I'm at a point where I can actually maybe compete with them. But now I think the aspect that we need to bring in as teachers, because we have a very big role to play here, is encourage these learners and let's have a situation whereby we are complementing each other. We are collaborating. We are not doing this to compete. With this, we'll be able to handle the stigma issue because Zuhra is able to work on this. Christina can help remix this project. Stacy can also do this. Yeah.
Thank you. David, I think you'll answer the next question. Yes, as you're adding some, the next point. Is there another question from this side? Or from a teacher? Okay, and then we can have another student.
Okay, thank you everyone. My name is Ovin Nyakango. I am a teacher in a public school. So I have two, one is a question and another one is a concern. First, let me appreciate the panelists for the very wonderful insight that you have given us this afternoon. Before I ask my question, I want to put across my concern, especially those of us from the public schools. The digital divide is real. One, there's the unavailability of the devices. And two, even when the devices are available, accessing them is a challenge. Like you go to a school, the school could have computers, and guess where the computers are? They're in the principal's room, principal's office, locked in a safe. And for you to access them, to use them with the students, it's a very long process. You're frowned upon. If you go today to use them, you can't go again tomorrow because now it will be like, do you want to spoil them? You get. And even when you have a computer lab, it is locked. Getting the key is a challenge. As in the devices, generally, to use technology in the classroom, it's really a hassle to get them. Even when you're talking about you already in the space of, the learners are coming with the devices. So the learners coming with the device now, that is a crime against humanity. Secondly, now my question, so you can talk about that a little. My question now is on how do you balance technology and these learners and screen time? So we can talk about it, technology and screen time. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have the other questions so that we don't spend a lot of time answering each question. Let's just pick questions. Our panelists just note the question, and then very briefly, you'll just respond to the questions because we are running out of time. Yes, please, your name and yes?
Hi everyone, my name is Mary. My question was, okay, si kila mtu ana afford kuwa na hizo devices at the home. So, but like even smartphones, si kila mtu ana afford kupata even laptops. So, even, okay, wanaweza aje ku access kwa hizo code na pia kwa shule, kwa for example shule yetu kupata kushika laptops itakuwa shida sana cause okay tunapata one siku moja which is Tuesday na tuwezipata every time cause what my brother amesema si kila mtu anakuwa na access kwa hizo kupata laptops juu ya principles kuna rules so si kila mtu anapata so hizo kwa access hizo code na devices tunaweza pata aje.
Yes. Last question. I think you noted the questions are based on accessibility.
Hi,
Yes.
I'm Esther from SA Joyton, and I have two questions. The first one, why do people living with disability being told not to go to technical courses, especially those with cerebral palsies, those with amputee hands, and the blind? The second question, why do people with disability go to only KU and Thika Technical and not other big schools which they want? Thank you.
Wow, those are good questions. Our panelists are ready to take in the fire. That's why I have them. I'm not taking in the fire, it's them. So, guys, are you ready? Respond to the questions, accessibility. Why is it that we don't have institutions? Miss Lina, you'll respond to that as a school leader. Why is it that you're not taking these students? Eh? Okay, let's start with the question on accessibility. Who is taking that question?
I can take it.
Okay.
This week, the whole world is marking the computer science capacity building. And when it comes to technology and coding, we're not talking about only the screen coding. I am talking in the background of, I do curator for Cambridge publishers, and we emphasize very much on what we call the unplugged activities. These are off-the-screen activities. If you go to the Hour of Code right now, there are activities meant for those who can do the screen, and there are those activities that you can do off the screen. And that's what STEAM Lab Africa are doing to try and move away from the screen. And we call them the unplugged activities. If you remember, we used to play a game called, I don't know how it's, So there are many aspects of trying to bring in technology without really having to use devices. The other thing what Mwalimu mentioned here is in terms of the modern teacher, the 21st teacher, one of the powerful characteristics of this teacher, you have to be tech savvy. You must be your own technician, and you must be your own teacher. What do I mean by this? You must be knowing something about how to repair how to fix your own projector without wasting time to look for a technician. The reason why the principals want to lock these things is because of damages that come with it. A teacher falls the wire, the VGA wire becomes very expensive. But if the teacher is empowered, that is very important. Lastly, the school management are the first people to embrace technology. If it's not coming from the top, there's no way it can trigger around to the juniors. And it's high time big companies like now where we are today, they just call principals of schools to come and tell them why they should embrace technology. We are here because the way Peter put it, our principals have supported technology and the school management.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've been given the toughest question. Yeah, so I wouldn't like us to use the word people with disability. I like us using the word specially enabled persons. Sawa, especially enabled, because even with what you call a disability, you're able to do more, or you're able to do almost what a normal person is doing. So you're called specially abled persons. I'm sorry about what you say, that it's only Kenyatta University and Thika Technical that are able to accept you into their colleges. Yes, because of KISE, very well. But what I want to say is that for a long time, many people, not only in colleges, but even in primary and secondary schools, have believed that specially enabled students should be given special schools. So they feel like they've not been empowered to take care of persons with disability. But since there has been the rallying call for education for all, even primary schools and secondary schools, they are being empowered to ensure that their structures can even support students who are specially enabled. So you see that now schools which are coming up, they must have a ramp somewhere to ensure that if you are using a wheelchair, you are able to move with much ease, which is not there in most schools. So I think the reason why it is Kenyatta University and Thika which is accepting you currently is because they have structures which can make your life there comfortable, rather than going to a university or a college which does not have structures for inclusivity. Thank you. Which was?
Why do people with disability being told not to do technical courses, especially those with cerebral palsy, with those with amputee hands and the blind?
Oh, I don't know how to respond about that. Maybe you can take that up.
Yes, I think I can support my students. It has actually been a very tough year because our greatest challenge is the students can understand STEM. They are understanding robotics, they are understanding making mobile applications using MIT App Inventor. And then tuko hapo tumewapsych, you know, like you guys can do it. But then sasa shida ni atamaliza form 4, ataenda wapi? Because we have made several visits to different higher learning institutions, and I think it's a very sad situation in terms of hata hiyo KU, they are good, lakini wanawaambia wote wafanye education. You get what I'm saying? So it means at the end of the day, there is a way that we are discouraging a certain population in one way or the other. But what I would like to say is, one, working with, maybe I call them like government institutions, is very rigid. There is a whole structure. Before hata university, hata employ, maybe hata mtu wa kuosha, it's a whole process, yeah? So then being on the other side and saying that now we are advocating for something different. We want blind students to pursue engineering. Yes, it's a lot, but we really need to think about it because it's not like we are saying something that has never happened. There are people in other countries who have disabilities and they are very okay, you know, and they are able to pursue all these big courses and everything that is there. But what I can say is technology has helped to kind of bridge that gap. Because when you think of a place like Moringa School, I don't expect Moringa School to have the same like bar of admission compared to JKUAT. The Action Foundation should be able to approach Moringa School and tell them, I have 10 students who have different disabilities, but can we work together to like maybe accommodate them? Does it mean that we will have to provide maybe work with your educators to develop braille equipment? Does it mean that we'll have to accommodate a sign language interpreter for you? So what I can say is, it's bad considering that, you know, unataka kuenda UON, but juu tu uko na disability utaambiwa huwezi enda UN. You know, it's a sad situation. But what I can say is, I'm glad there are places like Moringa School. We went to Akira Chicks. We've been to Gearbox. And you can see that these are good places that they will actually produce them as better people because they are getting now the practical skills right from the industry. So that is okay. But then something else I can also say is that now this has become an issue. The whole point on there is a certain population that can't access universities because of inclusivity, the services or the facilities that are there. We have seen online, actually recently, like last week, there are new, we call them like boards that are being introduced in universities that are specially or like wholly dealing with persons who are living with disabilities. So I think they're taking a step in the right direction, but It will be a long time till we get there, but thank God for people like Moringa School.
Thank you so much. You know, this is a conversation that will never end. And that's why you have someone like me to end it for today. Yes, and I can see my boss is here. Hi, you know the way he's looking at me. Yeah? Yeah, he's going to have me for lunch today. Yes. Thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful discussion. Thank you all my panelists for joining me. I'm sure this is a conversation that will keep on going on. Of course, it can't stop from here. And we'll keep on talking about these issues because these are issues that are affecting all of us as teachers, educators, and both as students. So thank you so much. I've enjoyed the discussion, and I'm going to hand the mic to the guy on my left. I don't want to look at him.
Okay, don't do it, because we are so excited. You know, first of all, today was a day focusing specifically on teachers and students. Yesterday, we had a discussion with the industry experts, Juliana Rotich, Mr. Snea Shah of Moringa, Mr. Oguma Monene from Codris, and of course, sorry, I forgot the other one. Who was the other one? Mtoto News, Jennifer, come on, how can you forget that? I was just waiting for people to forget. I'm the one who had forgotten. But all of you had forgotten except one person. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the amazing team. Have you ever been taught by someone of your age? We're bringing back that to the classroom. And that's where we have Christine. Let's give a round of applause for Christine. That is Christine, a student teaching other students STEM content. Then next to her, we have Zura Mula from YTF. Let's give a round of applause for her. And next we have Stacy Rara, the amazing Stacy. She's called Miss Amazing Stacy, you know, because she does amazing stuff. You should see what, you should just Google her name. Anyway, round of applause for my friend. Thank you very much. And, you know, Mr. David Ongaya, let me tell you the truth. This is my mentor. This is the person who made me. Mr. Brian, that's the guy who fixed me. Okay, not fixed me, helped me become what I am doing today. And so as I stand before you, I am honored to speak to, or to, you know, appreciate Mr. David Ongaya. A round of applause. And now, the sister, the big sister, became a mentor to me. Alina Anyango. Round of applause. And our amazing moderator, let me tell you something you don't know. STEM Labs Africa, the one that hosting this in conjunction with Safaricom, M-Pesa, and M-Pesa Go, is the founding member of STEM Labs Africa. This guy seated here. We founded STEM Labs together with him. And so, yes, a round of applause to this amazing gentleman. Now, with all due respect, we're going to give them a standing ovation as they come down. Thank you very much. Hey, you guys, you are not standing for them and clapping for them. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. We may have our seats. Now it's time to go do something called the swallowship. Swallowship. It has been amazing fellowship. It's time to go and do swallowship. And as we do our swallowship, we are reminded that you are not here for another thing. If that session for you was boring, then wait for the next. Because the next will not be only Christine. It will be people like you and me. It will be moderated by people like you and me. Okay, not you and me, you. So it might be Mwema, it might be Esther, it might be Christine. Let me see. It might be Amita or Amita. It might be my good, actually, we need to make a song. Do people make a song or do they, forgive me. Yeah? We need to compose a song with her. And so we're going to be having such people speaking to us. At that time, I want you to be in your best behavior. Because when they speak to you and you don't have that vibe, yeah, you can tell them, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's time for swallowship, and we're going to start with the members from YTF leading us all the way. Not YTF, sorry. Because I see Stacy, I see YTF. So Zura, forgive me. So we're going to have with people from the team from TAF, the Action Foundation, leading us. And thereafter, we will follow one another. As we do that, I'm going to ask the panelists who are here to take a moment and go that side. They will need to take a photo, and from there, they will be directed on the next steps, where we have that dark screen. All right, let's see. Going to make a short prayer for food. I like food, guys. I like food. Can't you see? I'm cutting my weight. All right, let's bow down and make a short prayer for food. Heavenly Father, we want to take this opportunity to appreciate you. Thank you for being so good to us. Thank you for providing a meal that we can take. We pray that, Lord, as we take it with thanksgiving. And also, I remember those who do not have something to consume for this day and the days that are to come, that we'll be able to provide and sustain them in your abundance. We bless you and we honor your name. For this we pray. Let's minute. 0, 60, 59, 49, 39. What? 29. 29. 19. 19. 9. 8. 6. 5. 4. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. I'm hopeful that you've enjoyed your lunch and you've had a good time at the cafeteria. Yeah, if I had time, I would have asked you your opinion, but for now, let's just get started with our next session. And we've just ended our discussion on creative learning, and we're going to start another session that is going to be focused on from industry experts and what is happening in the market to what is happening in the office of the head teacher and the staff room. Now let's go to the classroom and let's hear what the real people, I keep saying the real people because Mr. Kamau, you are not a real person. You are old, man. You are like me. We are ancestors. Actually, as guys, someone like me, I'm just a fossil walking. But you guys are the full people. Okay, let's look at my years. How old am I? I'm not old. But my age, I have 50, 30? 31. Yeah, I'm around 31. By the way, you are right. So I'm around 31. So if I had to add more years, when I'm active, I would say I'm only until I'm 85. How many years are remaining? From 30 to 85. 55 years. Let me give myself around 80. When I'm active, I can actually do stuff. I can walk around. I can do jogging in the morning. I have only 50 years to be actively doing what I'm doing. Maybe at 80, some people get tired. But for me, I'll still be doing my TikToks of that time. There will not be TikTok, by the way. If you keep thinking that you are the one who knows TikTok now. There was another one I was told yesterday. Was it Pujambi or what? I found what was that yesterday. There is something she told me, a new thing, which is newer than Discord, and you know what? At that time, 50 years from now, when I'm 85, or I'm 80, or I'm 90, around there, I don't know, my age is around 30 there. Okay, by that time, I'll not make a lot of sense of the world. If I have 50 years, by the way, anybody who has more than 45 years from now, okay, what am I saying? If you give them 40 years from now, they will be old. Those people are already old. Okay? So let's start with me. If you add me 40 years, I'll be 70. I'm already old. You get what I'm saying? And so I wish I learned these things early, because you guys are at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It means if I had 40 years to you guys, you'll still be working. You'll still be the people running the industries of the world. So who is a full person? The one who has already lived his life like me, or you who is starting your life? You are the main people. So I call you full human beings, and I call myself a half. If you agree with me as a teacher, raise your hand. You are half. Teachers, don't shy, don't brag. We know you. You are old, guys. Don't do anything. Okay. And then we have the people, the real people, the full human beings. And at this stage, I'm going to introduce the next panel discussion. It is called the Teens' Voices in Innovation. Teens' Voices. What do the teenagers say? What do the young people say? What do they want in their classroom? So teachers, open your ears. If you're on YouTube, go to Mtoto News and you'll be able to see the live video. If you're on I mean, like you are out there watching us again, this is an opportunity for you to hear from the Teens Innovation Week, from the teens themselves. So allow me to call the first panelist, who will be a moderator. And today, we are joined by an amazing moderator of many years. She was born a moderator of panel discussions. And this is none other than Natalie Jingo. Let's give a round of applause as Natalie Jingo takes the stage. You're forgetting something, my friend. Just carry your stuff. That is Natalie Jingo. She will take a mic from there and she'll walk all the way until she gets here. We have to keep clapping. All right, thank you very much. All right, that's Natalie Jingo. She's going to be our moderator for the Teens Voices in Innovation. She comes from Crawford International. She'll be introducing herself in the next few minutes before she starts the discussion. Next, we have an amazing friend of mine. Her name is actually drawn from the Bible. And many people don't know what it means. People say she's a star. Yeah, she's a star. That is according to Persian language. Okay, Esther is meaning in Persian language is a star. But in the Hebrew original language, it means she is hidden. So today, from the one who is hidden, we're going to hear a lot that you have not heard in the last many years because she has been keeping it to herself. Now, allow me to welcome Esther Juguna from the TAF. Let's see. Esther, let's do this. Thank you very much. A round of applause for my friend Esther. That is Esther coming our way. I can't wait for you to... Why are you finishing the club? Okay, okay. Thank you very much. That's my friend. The other side. Oh, you can use this other side, my friend. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. That is Esther. You know, guys are not clapping for my friend. Thank you very much. And we have another amazing, amazing panelist who is coming next to Esther. From Natalie to Esther. Now, allow me to welcome Mr. Mugambi Mwithia, and an engineer who is coming up. I don't know if he's an engineer. He's going to tell us what he is. He is going to speak to us about all matters to do with gaming and innovation. What can you make? What will you learn? Create, play, and learn. Let's clap for Mugambi Mwithia as he comes to the dais. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mugambi, for joining us. All right, we have another one, a lady. This one will tell you everything about money. Her name is Ida Gamer. Ida, let's give her a round of applause for Ida. She looks like money itself. Just watch the way she's walking. Just watch her. People, this is how money looks. Okay, by the way, you're not clapping. That is Ida. Thank you very much. And the fifth seat is going to be occupied by another panelist. This one, what can I say? Mr. Hano Mate. Ano Mate, let's give a round of applause. This is the designer, the gaming designer. I can even design my face. There he is, that is a designer, game designer, Wood Creek School. And then we have another one. This is my good friend, very calm. She will do all your branding. If you want your event to look like what Streamlabs did with M-Pesa Go, this is the lady to go to, and she's going to speak to you. This is none other than Nisi Faith Keza. Let's see who she is. Let's give her a round of applause to our friend Nisi. And now this juncture, as Nis comes to the stage, as you keep clapping, I'm going to hand over the mic to my friend Natalie, introducing herself and introducing her panelists. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. As he said, I'm Natalie Jingo, and I just wanted to let you all know that to introduce yourself. I wanted to let the panelists introduce themselves to you and just take a minute to tell us what they think innovation is and what comes into their head when they hear the word innovation. Let's start with Mugambi.
Yeah, okay. So what comes to my mind when I think of innovation? So I think creativity is, I guess, the big word that comes out of it. There's like a lot of thinking and a lot of like logical reasoning that comes into innovation. There's problem solving, which is also a huge part of it. So those are the two things that come to mind. There's creativity and problem solving, yeah.
Hi, my name is Ida, and to me, innovation means that it's like that.
My name is Esther Njogona from S.A. Joyton Secondary. For me, I guess it's the idea, what people have in their mind, and the creativity of people.
So I'm going to ask the first panelist, which would be Nisi Keza, to just tell us if she would say that teachers at her school or at any school that she's attended support her when it comes to matters of innovation.
I would say yes. I'll actually start from Crawford. Crawford helps us to build up a project from an idea, so bringing in an idea to bringing it up to a physical project, and probably we can implement it in our school, or we'll bring up to other people who can help us the project to be an actual thing. I would say in the schools that I've been in, it's the same thing. We'll have clubs where people can come up with their ideas, create innovative projects, and the teachers help us with building up the project, a way to make it efficient, and other ways.
Okay, thank you. Now to the next panelist, Hanwa. Would you tell us what, by your understanding, what are the SDG goals and what do they mean for us as teens?
From my understanding, I think the SDG goals are goals to make people's living standards around the world, but mainly in Africa, a better living standards, so that in the future we can have more people who have better ideas, are more empowered, and are able to learn and do more in this day and age. For me, as a teenager, I think it's something we can explore more. I think it's something we can find solutions to. We don't have to wait a long time to get a degree or to go to college to learn how to solve these problems. I believe we can do it ourselves as we are right now. So, yeah.
Thank you for your point. Ugambi, what would you say or recommend as some tools that we as teenagers can use to do some innovative projects?
Okay, so when I think of tools, I'm like guessing it's like your resources and such. So there's many things like schools, there's your teachers, of course, there's your laptops, your devices and such. By the way, schools is like a huge one. One of the ways I was really helped by the school when we were creating the Game Jam project with Nisi. Our school was very supportive, and that was one of the ways that we could actually like make a successful event. So basically, anything that you have is a tool for innovation. Anything that is around you can be a tool for innovation. Just use it to your advantage and do the best that you can with it.
Thank you. Esther, would you say that, so what are some of the innovative projects you've done at school?
Okay, for me, what I have done is making robotics and using computers, because, okay, for me, like, right now, I'm able to express myself in TikTok, yani kutafuta, like,
jinsi yenye naweza tafuta followers and to kuonyesha watu I'm able the way I am by dancing, by acting, by saying good things about me, and to show the disability people we are able and we can go far. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that point. Now, just coming to Ida, could you please tell us how organized you are with your money?
When it comes to money, I feel like I'm very conscious, like I'm very money conscious. So once I get money, the first thing I do is I split it 50-50. So part of the 50 that I have, I save it, and I assume as if it's like it's gone to tax, like I forget about it. And then the 50 that I've left with, I split it again to 25-25, where I keep or store the 25, and then I use the rest of the 25 however I want. So that's how like I spend money, and yeah, that's the only way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now I would just like to ask all the other panelists a group question. The question is, except for you, Ida, because you've already answered it, how organized are you all with your money? We can start with Esther.
Okay, for me, I save, I buy something, I laugh with the others, I go helping the children's home and doing some things, doing my running materials, yes.
Okay, I could go next. So, one of the rules like I try to keep with money is just like spend as little as you can on like luxuries and such. Do what's only necessary. Do only what's like sufficient enough for you to survive and such. So yeah, and also don't go around wasting money. That's my rules. Yeah.
I think my view on money is that I don't get a lot of it, but when I do, the first thing I do is save most of it, and if I need to use it, if I absolutely need to use it, I'll use the remaining that is not put, say, in the bank or somewhere. So my idea around money is save most of it and don't spend much of it. Save 60%, save 60%, use 40%. So yeah, that's my view on how to spend money.
For my view, I would say I also do the same thing that Ida does. I split it into two. For the 50, I can decide to either save it or invest it into something. And also for the other 50%, I also have to decide what is a need and what is a want, so I don't go overboard.
Yeah, thank you, panelists. I think it's time to move on to the audience questions. So is there anyone who wants to ask any of the panelists a question?
Sorry, Mugambi. Sorry for interrupting you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, I was asking, what are you spending money on living for? Like, are you buying your clothes, your food, your water? Like, what exactly do you mean when you say you spend money on living?
Oh no, I'm talking about like when I'm given pocket money and such. Like right now, I'm not really like fully like paying for my own living expenses. But then I am doing sort of part of it. So like when I'm given my pocket money and everything, the only thing I would spend it on is like transport, stuff like the food when I'm going somewhere, something like that. I don't pay for my own clothes and such, but those are the stuff that I usually spend money on.
Anyone else?
So hi guys. So I have two questions. One question is, while you're talking about saving, which I also support saving money. So do you prefer saving the money for yourself, or do you prefer lending it to your mother or your guardian to save it for you? And if so, why? The other question is on what Mugambi said, that their school are giving them like the materials for innovating. We have these schools that don't like provide the materials. Not that they can't provide, but maybe they're not like informed about the materials. What is your advice to these schools, or what could you advise these schools to do?
I'll answer your second question regarding on schools. I would say maybe advertisement as how STEAM Labs is doing this event to teach other people about us teens and innovation and the certain materials that we would need for our projects. I would believe that these schools would be informed that it's really important to give us a space or certain resources that we would need to build up these projects that can help the world. Yeah.
I think I would like to answer the first question about who I'll give my money to. I've had a lot of teenagers my age saying that if you give your money to your parents, it will be gone, and you wouldn't know where it went. It happened to me in the past, but as I've gone on through life, I've come to see that what our parents want for us is the best. It's the best for us, and sometimes the money that they use that's ours is used for a particular reason. So I will give it to my parents knowing that if they use it, it will be used for my benefit. But most of the time, I know it's going to be used for what they've told me that they'll use it for. So yeah.
Okay, so I think maybe one or two questions before time ends.
For me, I wanted to ask, what is the right way to use money, like when you have saved? Now, what is the right thing to do with the money? Like, let's say I've already saved my money. Now, there are things that I need to buy. How do you spend, what is the right way that you should spend that money of yours? Because some of my friends, after they've saved money, like for Christmas, they go join those bad companies and they use drugs. But now, what's the right way?
Let me answer that. So for that, maybe you'd want to, first of all, differentiate between what you need and what you want. So for that, I think you'd have to first go with what you need rather than what you want, because maybe what you need is more like, it's more, yeah. Sorry. That's it.
Sorry, I think I would like to comment on just that question. I think when you're thinking about what to buy, think about how it may help you in the future. Think about it logically more than emotionally. Don't think about what you want in the moment, but think about how something that you buy now will help you 2-3 years or even just a month from now. I'll give you an example. It's like, say if I get money, I can buy shoes, say sports shoes, that may last me 5 to 6 months if they are good quality, as opposed to buying a packet of sweets that I can finish in 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, I think about the future more than the now. Yeah.
Involved in the STEM field.
Wow, that's an interesting question. Obviously, we're all brought up in different ways. We may be interested in more languages areas, or let's say in STEM areas, but you could probably tell your friend how STEM gives you a huge area to think, to imagine how you'd want the world to be. How you want the world to be from, let's say, a better place in terms of solving environmental issues or financial issues. You could just tell them how STEM just opens your imagination to solving issues.
I think I'd also like to briefly say something about that. I think showing, or rather telling your friends the benefits that STEM provides may convince them to being more involved in it, how it can change the world, it can change their lives. So finding the benefits of how it can improve the world may be a more convincing thing to say to your friends. So yeah.
Okay, so my question is about money, and I heard Esther say that she gives some of her money to like a children's home or something. How come none of you guys said something of the sort or something like that?
Wow, okay. Really puts me on the spot. I would say you could also use the money, the 50%. It depends on really how you want to spend it. You could probably say you want to invest it, or children's home, or it's to what you think it's the right thing to do with that money. So it depends on what you may think is right. But yes.
I think you've really made us think about the decisions we'll eventually make about the money that we have in the future. I personally haven't thought about that as much, but in the future I plan on making it one of my priorities. So thank you for that question.
Hi everyone. My question goes to Esther. I heard you saying about robotics. So how are you going to make robotics? Is it a must use devices?
Okay, for me, what I have been taught by my teacher, you can use a computer or you use your hands. Any can do.
So how would you, hi, I'm Sophia, and my question is, how would you encourage a person whose parents are opposed to them getting into the tech world and everything? So my name is Sophia, and my question is, how would you encourage a person whose parents are opposed to them getting into the tech world or being more tech savvy because the parents are maybe in the woods about technology? So how would you advise that person, and what encouragement would you give them?
Maybe that question can go to Natalie or someone else.
So how I would advise that would be like, I know it's hard to defy your parents, but you really have to push them on this, seeing as most likely they won't understand what you're doing in STEM, so you would have to convince them. If that doesn't work, usually you'd have to sneak around. I'm not saying you should lie to your parents, but, you know, just stretch the truth, because they're kind of old.
So hi, my name is Mongi, and in reference to the investing that Nisia. Hi, my name is Mongi, and so in reference to what Nisia had said about investing, what would you recommend a teenager in this regard to invest in reference to you being a teenager and you're not even allowed to partake in some certain business? So what would you advise? Yeah, thank you. Most obliged.
Okay. So I would say actually how I invest my money is through my parents. My dad works at a bank, so he knows how exactly to help me the exact things that where I should invest. I would say the internet is really just a lot of knowledge. You can, because there are a lot of teams around the world sharing the knowledge on how to invest, where exactly to invest, the process of investing. So I would say probably research would be the best thing to help you know how exactly to invest and probably the benefits of probably investing, let's say, Bitcoin or something else. Hope that answered your question.
I think how I would answer that question is back to the advice I gave to the young boy who asked another question. Think about how it might help you in the future. How are you investing your money in a way that in the future you may benefit from? For example, if you get money today and you save 60% of it and you're just finishing high school and you're about to go to college, maybe the money that you saved could benefit you more than because you had saved it at an earlier time. So I think thinking about how it may help you in the future may advise your thinking on how and where to invest the money that you want to invest. So yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's my view.
Hi, my name is Melanie, and I have a question for you. So, what are the challenges that you have faced while interacting with technology, and how have you overcome them?
That question goes to Nisi, Aida, Mugambi, for that.
Okay, let me just give probably a scenario I've gone through. I started programming when I was 9. I would say the challenges is probably the syntax of the programming language, and how exactly do I apply my idea to creating a code that's efficient for solving the problem that I want to solve. I would say how exactly I solved the challenge was talking to my teachers and talking to other, probably my fellow classmates who are more experienced in the programming language and to help me how to apply that language in solving the issue that I want to solve. I would say, let's say in Crawford, I was contacting Mr. Felix concerning a project that I wanted to do. He was helping me with resources that I can use to solve, to create the program for that project, and also how to probably make it more efficient. But yeah.
Anybody else?
For me, one of the challenges I had was finding out where to start. So I took a step back, and then I used like the internet as one of my sources. I used my teachers where they started to help me get into one of the clubs we have in school is HTML. So that's where I started. So yeah.
I've also been coding for a while, so I can see that I've seen that it gets really frustrating while in the process of programming and such. You could leave a code while it has an error, you go eat lunch or something, but in your mind you're always wondering what's the problem with this code, where exactly is there an error or such. You always in your mind, you never really have a break from coding. But then, and you get back, you try, it still doesn't work. So it can be very frustrating. But then, what I can say to that is just keep pushing on, keep trying. Eventually, you should be able to realize what's wrong in everything. So yeah.
Hello, my name is Zohra, and kudos on what you are doing. It's very impressive. My question, in your experience with creative learning and working on technology-related projects, what support will you want maybe from your teachers, educators, to just make your experience better?
Anybody can go.
Sorry, could you kindly repeat your question?
Okay, just to shorten it, with experience in creative learning or basically co-creating and working in technology, what extra support do you want from educators or your teachers or any stakeholders involved in this facet to just better your experience?
Okay. I would say probably the first thing is probably when you're going through an error, when you're going through your code, probably the teacher could help you find out that error or try and make the code more efficient. I would also say you have your project, you have your code, you have your program and everything. Now, how do you build up that project to get out of your school? How do you build up that project to actually have an impact on people? I would say the support of the teachers or an educator could probably help you pitch that idea to, let's say, for example, other schools, or let's say if the project is environmental, companies that help with recycling and other things like that.
I think from a design perspective, because I love to draw and I design some of the games that we've done in the past at Wood Creek School. I think one of the things that could be improved could be maybe more correction and more honesty if it doesn't look good. I personally work best with honest remarks, and I think that makes me become a better person. So yeah, I think that's something that could be improved. So yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the wonderful insights. I think it's good when your colleagues hear from their fellows. So I have a question for Mugambi. How can gaming change the world? I think you're part of the hackathon at Crawford, so you can tell us a little how gaming demonstrates innovation and how it can change the world. Thank you.
Okay, so I've said that it's a huge industry right now. It's well over 200 billion and such. It's going to continue growing. So it's not only just the playing of games, the creating of games, the whole process that goes into any game or anything like that. There's so many careers in those different stages of the game development that many of us teens could go into. And I think that is one of the ways in which we need to start looking into the future and start seeing that everything that we knew before might just not really fit us for what we know in the future. And yeah, so gaming might just be the biggest thing in a few years. So it's better to start now, anticipating what's to come. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, my name is Sophia, and my question goes to Esther. She earlier had mentioned or asked about why learning institutions, especially for higher education, were very limited for people with special needs and special abilities. So my question to her goes, if you were the one in charge of changing or, let's say, developing them, what would you do? What would you change?
Okay, for me, let me give you an experience from our school. You say when we are going for music festivals or drama, we always stay alone. Is for example, in quotes, wanasemanga kuna venye huwa mnatutenga, you see. So unapata wanajihurumia, which ama nyi mnaturumia, which us we don't unaona, because we know we are able and we can do better and we are like you guys, you see. So, okay, another thing, you say for me, I want to go to a big school, a big university, not in KU or the Technic. But the government will tell me, because I'm a disability, they are nitenda tu hiyo shule, sindio? Because hakuna place ingine. But for me, I want to go to that to that big school. So for me, neza tu sema neza mix up. I can mix everyone so that kila mtu akwe na hiyo opportunity ya kusoma na kukuwa comfortable. Yeah.
So with that last question, this brings us to the end of our panel discussion. Can we just have one more round of applause for the panelists? Now I'll hand the mic over to my MC.
Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Let's clap for these people. For the first time in many years, teenagers are speaking to us and to our lives. Let's give a round of applause. A bigger one. A bigger one. A bigger one. A bigger one. Now, you guys don't know how to do it. Let me show you. Do this, 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 do this. I want to do the factorial from 10 to 5. 10 to 5. No, 5 to 1. Let's do 5 to 1. We will not make it if we go. We can innovate all we want. But let's go from how many? 5 to 1. Let's go. Wow, wow. From that corner, we have Nisi Faith Keza. Let's give a round of applause. She comes down. Thank you very much. Nisi, thank you very much. We don't know how you and Mugambi were able to pull through that game jam, but we thank God for you. Thank you very much. Next, we have yes, stand there. Next, we have Hanwa Mate. Amazing. Wow, sir. Where did you learn how to speak, man? Let's give a round of applause for him. And then we have my friend, Aida Mushui. I'm telling you, you want to see money, you can talk to her. M-Pesa Go is a solution to you. In a few minutes, you'll be meeting Miss at the corner there. She'll talk about M-Pesa Go. And Mugambi Mwithia. Wow, you guys, if you want to do anything about gaming, if you don't go to Nisi, you fall next to Mr. Mugambi. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Mugambi. Wow, thank you very much. And my beautiful friend here, I'm going to use this side, and I'm going to help her. Let's give a round of applause for Esther Juguna, my friend. Wow, wow, thank you very much. And then we have our moderator, our awesome moderator, my great friend. When she speaks, sometimes I wonder, where did you grow up, man? Oh, okay, then I'm like, yeah, but amazing. How do you do this? Natalie Jingo, let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalie. And now, the cameraman is going to do something nice to these people as they take their seats. And guys, get ready for the next one. The next one is going to be amazing. Now, look at the camera. Ignore me. Thank you very much. Okay, no, wait. You have to keep smiling. Show me your teeth. By the way, it's not easy, guys. So can we clap for them again? This time we are going to do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mwah. Thank you very much, guys. Now we move to the next one. The next one is going to be amazing. This one is not a panel discussion. Who loved the session yesterday with Jay Muhe from Finastra? Who loved that session? It was about Money Smart. Who remembers that session? Oh, come on, guys. You're asking so many questions. I heard you asking so many questions. Oh, I saw you. All right. Now we're going to hear another one who is going to talk to us about where education is. After hearing what the teenagers are saying, after hearing what the young people are saying, where is education at this stage? I'm hopeful that my friend is there. Can you hear us? This is going to be a virtual session. It's going to be run by one and only Noreen Kasam from UK. From the UK, Noreen, if you can hear me, you can give me a hi. Hi. Yeah, you can hear me. Maybe you can unmute kindly, if you don't mind. Oh, I think she might have unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
That's right. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, those things sometimes don't work. We are in an innovation camp here, Innovation Teens Innovation Week, and what is it again? I forgot what I want to say. But the thing that we are doing here is about innovation, but sometimes technology does not work. But here you are. All right, I'm going to tell you something about Noreen. Now, Noreen Kasam, grew up in one of the countries she will be telling you about in Kenya, not in Kenya, in Africa. And she has a great passion and heart for changing the world. So she wanted to change the world. Now, remember Esther Njiro talked about SDG yesterday and frameworks? That one was a long one. This one will be short and sweet. If you have a phone, stay with it. If you have a laptop, stay with it. If you're sitting next to someone with a phone, stay with them. Because something good is going to come out of this. So now, for an amazing organization, as you can see the colors. What colors are these, by the way? Just asking. Who is it? What? Yes. Yeah. I was waiting for the moment.
The SDGs.
The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So she will tell us something about that, but then she will go in and tell us, where are we when it comes to the children that are not in school, and what can we do about it, even as we launch into the hackathon tomorrow. Noreen, are we ready to go?
Ready to go. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo!
Great.
This amazing introduction, and I love your energy. I was listening to the last couple of minutes of the previous panel, and you have a lot of energy, and it's really great because I really hope you keep this energy from my presentation as well. But like Felix said, I work for the world's largest lesson. I'm today in London. I closed the window because it's very sunny for once. But I actually grew up in Burundi, so a little country next door to you guys. Maybe you have been or you know about Burundi. So when Felix asked me to do this, I wished I could come and do it in person because I'm going to Burundi next week. So if I could have gone today, I could have been with you in person. But nevertheless, hopefully the technology will stay. But I'm really excited to be here today, and I will share my presentation. And Felix, you'll have to tell me if it's sharing because I need to make sure that everything is right on Zoom. So give me 1 second, please. Okay, can you tell me if this has come through?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So, like Felix said, I will be talking to you about a transforming education survey that we have created. However, within all this, I would love to take some time to talk to you as well about the state of education today and why we're talking about education and everything that's happened before COVID and then during and since COVID. So if we get started, I would like to take a moment to do a bit of a reflection exercise. So I see that you're all already sitting in pairs, so you have people next to you. So maybe instead of writing down, forget about this, just look to the person next to you and think about this question for about 1 minute and really take some time to think about what is the purpose of education. So it's quite a big question, but I really want you to maybe have a chat for about 1 minute to the person next to you. And remember that there is no right or wrong answer. This is what you think the purpose of education is, what it's for. You can be super controversial. You can think really big. But I want to emphasize that this is a really important question that we will come back to throughout the presentation. So please take the time to think about your answer. Think about what you truly believe the purpose of education is or should be. So I'm going to try and see if I can see you guys again. And I want to see you all in pairs speaking to each other for about 1 minute, not much longer. So if you can take some time, just think about what you think the purpose of education is. And forget about the teachers, forget about the parents, what you really think. And it's my understanding that most of you are in school or in education today. So it's really important that you kind of take some time to think about the situation that you're in. Okay, give you some time.
Noreen, I don't know if you can see the team. People are really pairing and talking.
Yeah. I've got the little squares on. So if you see me get really close to my laptop, it's because I'm trying to see people. But that's amazing. I think one thing I should have said at World's Largest Lesson, we are all about collaboration. We love to collaborate with Felix and STEAM Labs, and we love to collaborate with our different partners. So collaboration is really, really important for us, and that's why I want to get you guys talking to each other. Okay, so I'll give it about 10 more seconds. And then if you want to write it down so you can remember it, please feel free to write it down, but just make sure you keep it at the forefront of your mind. So maybe you're still thinking about your answer, but while you're doing that, I want to take some time to share with you some other answers that we've already been given before. So the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, has said this, that education allows you to go to the stars and back. It allows you to imagine your future, to hope and to be inspired. Education is freedom, and it allows you to go to the places you would not otherwise go. And I'll give you another example. Sophia Carson, who is a UNICEF ambassador, she's an actor and a singer as well. Maybe some of you have seen her TV shows. She said, "An education is not only something that changes lives, but it's something that saves lives. Schools are so much more than places that hold books. They're a refuge, they're a home, and they're a shelter." So this really shows you how, these words are really profound. And it is very clear that education is so much more than just a school or a room where you go and you sit in all day and you do maths and you learn about grammar. It's so much more than just learning. And so this is why we believe, and I really believe, that education is one of the most important, if not the most important aspect of our lives, and that we actually do need to do a lot of work to make sure that it's fit for purpose. So while I believe all this, I also want to share with you about the world's largest lesson. So why I'm actually here, who am I, why do I work with Felix? So World's Largest Lesson is actually an education program delivered in partnership with UNICEF and with the support of UNESCO. So we create resources for teachers to inspire children in schools to take action for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we aim to develop the mindsets of children to kind of fight for a just and more sustainable world. So everything we do links back to the SDGs. Our mission is to work globally to educate, inspire, and empower children and young people to take action for the goals. And again, we do this through creative learning resources that are all free to access. So if you were ever curious about the goals and you wanted to do this on your own, you wouldn't need a teacher. You could just go on our website, you could access that, and you could really educate yourself, and you could learn how to take action for the goals yourself. We also work with the different ministries of education and with authorities to advocate for sustainable development education. And then again, I'm going to give a shout out to Felix and STEAM Labs, but we also work with amazing partners like you guys in Kenya to always include children and young people's voices in all the work that we do, and to just encourage the learning of the SDGs. So I've spoken about the SDGs and the global goals a lot. And I know that there are some of you in this room that know what they are. And I think I heard Felix say that yesterday there was a session on the framework. So I want to just take a couple of minutes just to remind you of what the SDGs are, just so while we walk through this presentation, there aren't some people that are a bit unsure about what this is. So the SDGs, these 17 beautifully colored goals, are a collection of 17 interlinked global goals that define kind of a blueprint for peace, prosperity, for people and the nation. And now that we look to the future, we refer back to the goals to kind of help us navigate some of the challenges that we are facing. So they were created in 2015 by the United Nations. And today, 193 world leaders, which I believe is every country in the world, have pledged to take action for and achieve these goals by 2030. So they can be kind of seen as this to-do list. So these 17 steps that we need to do to save the planet, so to say, and to make sure that us humans live kind of in harmony with the planet and not destroy it like we've been doing for so long. So some of you may have also heard the term Agenda 2030. So when we talk about Agenda 2030, we talk about the goals who have kind of a deadline to be reached by 2030, which is in 7 years from now, which is very soon, but we are hopeful and we continue to fight and we continue to push. But where my role comes in is that we believe that we're not going to be achieving the goals without the help of young people. And this is why our work at the World's Largest Lesson is to get young people involved, like yourselves, who are still in school, to kind of learn from an early stage and make you become a change maker, someone that can take action for change. And then again, just infect your community with that mindset and make sure that everyone gets on board, because in all honesty, we believe that the goals are probably the only way that we can achieve a sustainable future at this point. So there are some very strong, some very powerful things about the goals, and this is why we always talk about them and we always try and bring them into people's lives. So I've talked about the goals, and obviously I'm here because of education. So I want to just take a second to think about why actually are we talking about transforming education? And the reason why 2022 is the year where we're talking about education, it's because it's the first year ever where education was put at the top of the agenda for world leaders to tackle. So some of you may already know this, but the UN Secretary General convened a Transforming Education pre-summit in Paris in, I think it was June this year, and then a summit in New York in September. And this was all in response to the global crisis in education. And actually, fun fact, these summits were the summits that were the most attended by world leaders and education ministers, or just ministers in general. So in kind of the history of the United Nations, no summits had ever been this attended. So it was a great kind of moment for us to take a second and say, oh my God, okay, people are talking about education. We need to do something about this. And why are we talking about a crisis, actually? And I really think that the crisis is because there are actually more than just two issues at hand. So the issue is about access. Too many children still do not have access to education. And then there's the issue of equity and equality. I'm sure you guys know this, but not every child has the same opportunity as the other to go to school, especially when we talk about boys and girls. This creates a huge kind of domino effect when we move from generation to generation, and those who never had access to education, which actually predominantly girls, end up as adults who can't really get jobs, or who are stuck in moments of poverty and who are stuck in really vulnerable conditions because they didn't have access to that education, that crucial education. And then there's obviously the crisis of quality. So there's three here. So access, equity, and quality. And quality is when we talk about the fact that you actually go to school and you walk away without really learning anything that builds you and shapes you for the future. So you don't really have the skills and the knowledge to thrive in the world and in the future. And as we know, it's changing so quickly. There's pandemics after pandemics, and there's, lots of things that are happening in the world. And so we need to create agile and flexible and adaptable minds in order to be able to survive in the future. And so this is why we're talking about transforming education. So this year, again, like I said, is the year to transform education. And so with the pandemic as well, this global learning crisis was worsened. It wasn't that it happened during the pandemic, it's that it's been existing for a very long time, but COVID just made it so much worse. And it was having a devastating impact, and is actually still having a devastating impact on children and their future and the youth worldwide, as well as actually on the profession. So more than ever today, there's teachers that are leaving the profession, and that's terrible, because if you don't have teachers teaching the kids, then how are we going to teach anything? So the main stat that I wanted to include, though, because we're talking about students and we're talking about young people, is that nearly 1.6 billion students had their education impacted between 2020 and 2021. And you might be one of them. If you're sitting in the room and you've been on lockdown and you've had to do hybrid learning and you've had to, use a laptop or use a phone to access your resources, or in some cases, you just didn't have school at all, you are part of that 1.6 billion that was affected by education. And so this Transforming Education Summit by the UN Secretary General was very much welcomed, and it felt like the perfect opportunity to join in on this campaign to reimagine education so it is fit for purpose. And we felt that as all the ministers, the presidents, the leaders, everyone was talking about it, we wanted to talk about it as well. However, this was all super, super exciting, but we very quickly realized that there was a key voice that was missing from the discussion. And that key voice was, as Professor Stephen Heppel says here, there are 2.2 billion children in the world, and no one is asking them how they can make learning better. That is a waste of an opportunity. So, because there were those voices missing from education, we decided to do something about it. And this is where we work with Felix and we work with other partners in Africa and all over the world. Our mission is to empower children and young people to take action for the goals. And so we wanted to empower them to share their views on education, because after all, students are the most affected by it. So why are they not being asked? So we created this survey, which I will get to in a second. And we did it with UNICEF and UNESCO with very specific objectives in mind. So we wanted to give children and young people a platform to share their views so they can take part in changing education for the better. And then we take those results and we share them with policymakers, education organizations, and governments. And then we create an inclusive opportunity for every child to share their voice. So, before I continue, I have a short video I want to share with you on actually why we are doing this, what we are doing with the data, how we hope to transform education with this. And I really hope this will play with sound. So I'm just
1 trillion. It's a big number, but how big? Well, it's huge. So what if I told you that during COVID-19, young people have missed 2 trillion hours of school? Imagine what we could learn with all that time. How do we know this? Because we have looked at the data. Data is everywhere. We can track it, analyze it, and use it to learn about the world and how to change it. Here are 2 more things that data tells us about education. Right now, too many of us are missing out on learning and not enough are developing the skills we really need. But we can do something about it. If we all join together and speak up, we can help improve it for everyone. Education is for our future, and it's our right to share what we think about it. So dive into the data and tell us what you would change. Together, we can make it happen.
So, as you've seen, as the video has stated, we have created this survey because it is your human right to have access to quality education in order to gain the skills needed for the future. This is the picture you're seeing now is the home screen of the survey that hopefully you'll get a chance to play as well. And I may be biased. I mean, hopefully, Felix, you can back me. But I have to say that this is not just any other survey. It's an interactive, playable, it's anonymous as well. And it asks you to share your most honest and real views on education today. What you think is working, what you think isn't, if you'd like to learn differently, etc. Actually, if you think back to the initial question that I asked you to keep in mind, what do you think the purpose of education is? This survey and what we're asking you from this survey is to actually think whether you think that your current education is delivering on that promise. So this is what you think the purpose of education is. Is your education today meeting those expectations? And if they are not, why and what can we do about it? And because the great thing about the World's Largest Lesson is our partnership. And like I said, we collaborate very, very strongly with the UN agencies. with our connections, with our partnerships, we can and we will take those voices and, your voices, and give them to the world leaders and the policymakers and say, here are a representation of the 2.2 billion voices that are currently missing from the conversations. You can't ignore students any longer. Their voices matter and they are super important. So this is an overview of why, very quickly overview of why we created this survey and why we believe that is actually so important to have your voices represented. Because I mean, I can talk about education all day, but I haven't been in school in more than 9 years. So I don't actually know the reality of what it's like to be a student, whereas you do. And you, by sharing your views, can help make a difference for your younger siblings, for your younger cousins, for your younger friends, for the younger generations to come, so that the future is brighter, so to say, for them. And before I continue, I want to take a moment to just share this really amazing slide with you that showcases the importance of Goal 4, SDG 4, which is quality education. And the reason why I think it's so important, the reason why this whole campaign, not just at World's Largest Lesson, but with the world leaders and with the UN is important, is because we're not just asking you to transform education for the sake of it, but again, because we firmly believe that education is at the center of everything, that we won't be able to achieve the SDGs if we do not prioritize providing inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning opportunities for everyone. So if we take a moment to just look at this slide where you can see that, quality education leads into breaking cycles of poverty, which is what I mentioned earlier with the gender disparities between boys and girls not having access to schools. You can see that it helps with zero hunger because in some schools, children get school meals, and so they eat a better meal at school than they could at home. It also helps with teaching about positive and healthier behaviors where you can take better care of your health, and through that sometimes access healthcare services. And then back to the gender and inequalities, it also fosters a sense of quality, of inclusion, and of just togetherness and participation. And I'm not going to go into details for the other one, but economically, it also helps with the skills that you and the knowledge that you gain in schools. It helps you get those jobs so that you can have lifelong, basically so that you could have a good job and that you can sustain yourself lifelong. And then obviously the big one, which is climate change, is that we also don't think you can combat climate change without knowledge and without information. So if you could reinvent one big thing about your education, what would it be? With everything I've just shared, I would like to ask you all in the room again, anyone who's watching my presentation, to think about this question and really think about it. It's not just, oh, I want less homework, or, oh, I want more breaks so I can be outside more, which actually is quite important to be outside of the classroom. But if you could really think about, actually, maybe I should have more health education so I know how to take care of my own health. Or maybe I should learn about how to pay my bills, because until the point where you become an adult, you don't learn about this. So there's all these little things that you could say or that you could think about that you think will actually help you make a huge difference to your future and those of others. So I might make you speak to each other again. If you have if you're sitting next to someone, maybe speak to the person you haven't spoken to on the other side, if it's possible. Otherwise, just speak to the same person you spoke to earlier and just have a quick kind of 1-minute discussion on, yeah, I would change this. Yeah, I would do this because it would help us. Go. Again, it could be anything. Even if you don't think it's impactful, it could make a huge difference. Yeah, give you another 15 seconds. Okay. Is everyone back in the room? Great. So, oh, there we go. I really hope that with my presentation, I hope I didn't go too quickly, by the way, and I'm very happy to share these presentation slides with whoever wants them. But I really hope with this presentation that I provoked some thoughts. And I would actually highly encourage you to continue to have these conversations about education. And of course, I had to include a quote by Nelson Mandela, but he says, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And we at the World's Largest Lesson, and I myself, truly, truly believe in this. We believe that you guys in education today have the most important voice, and it is our role to empower you to speak up, to make sure that you are being heard. And so on the left-hand side here, there is a QR code to the survey. And so when Felix said, keep your phones on you, this is where you bring your phones back out. And I would invite all of you who are currently in school and who are receiving an education to either take a picture or scan this QR code now and share your real and honest views. And if you have a chance today, you don't have to do it right now, but if you have a chance today to play the survey and to really take, I mean, it takes maybe maximum 10 minutes, but to share those views and to join the tens and thousands of children today and young people who are speaking up for education. We are putting together a report with all the answers to our survey. And next year, early next year, which is in about 4 weeks from now, we will be sharing those with world leaders, and we will be saying, you know, those voices cannot be ignored. You need to bring young people into the decision-making process. You need to include them in this. If we're going to transform education, we have to do it together, and we have to do it in a collaborative way. So I hope everyone's had a chance to take a picture or to scan the QR code from the screen. But if you need the link at any point, then I'm sure Felix or anyone of the team at STEAM Labs will be able to share the link with you directly. And with that, I wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone for sitting through this and for listening and for hopefully really taking the time to think about what we're asking and think about the education that you are in today. I'm not going to say it all over again because you know how I feel, but it is super important to have your voices represented, and we want you to be empowered to share those voices. So yes, thank you so much. I've loved being here and sharing this with you guys. And if anyone wants to contact me directly, feel free to ask for my email address from Felix, and we'll be happy to speak to you further. And I think we maybe still have a couple of minutes for some questions if you have any.
That's Noreen Kasam from the UK. And speaking about the Transform Education Survey, if you can actually go to Google and just say Transform Education Survey, you should be able to see it. But having said that, still, she has an opportunity for some two questions. We have one person here. We have teachers here as well.
Oh, amazing. I didn't know we had teachers.
We have teachers, we have parents, everyone is worried about the teachers.
Oh, wow.
So
well, in that case, all the parents and all the teachers, you should empower your children to take this survey. You should get them to think about these questions.
Thank you, Noreen. I have a friend of mine here. She's going to introduce herself and ask you the question. Go ahead.
Yes, amazing.
Thank you. My name is Sofia, and I'm from Loreto Convent in Songari. My question is, you said that we should have like where we should be able to measure up how we feel about our education and the system at whole. So my question is, because we have of our education is, how exactly do we find the determining bar, or so to speak, a standard that we should be able to measure it up to?
Wow, that's a great question. I think the most obvious first answer I can tell you is if you look at another school or if you look at another student and you think, wow, I need this, why don't I have this? That's already a great place to start. So from even in the room, I'm not sure if you guys are all from the same school or if you're from all over the country, but even just having those discussions and saying, oh, well, we have, instead of exams, we do this. And you think, this is how I would want to learn. This is the beauty about the Transforming Education campaign, is that we're not saying that every school should be the same and the bar should be the same everywhere, but that you should really think creatively of how we can move forward. So the idea is we're not going to move forward with everyone having, 3 hours of art lessons a week, but it is really thinking creatively. And actually the most creative people, this is a fun fact, but NASA did a survey on creativity and they assessed the percentage of creativity in different age levels. And the most creative people were 98% scored highest on creativity levels were 5-year-olds. And so as we become older, we lose our creativity. And as adults, we become so used to conforming to those boxes and we become so used to sticking to that we forget that there's a whole different way of doing things. And so when we ask you to think about transforming education, we're not asking you to think, okay, this is the bar, this is where we need to be. But the most creative you can get is, because we don't have the capacity to think in that way, whereas you still are able to. The beauty in this is that whether it's through, I wouldn't say comparison, but looking at other systems and looking at other schools and thinking about where you want to be, that's how we would achieve things. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so hi, my name is Imani. I am homeschooled and I have a question. And my question is, what if we tell our parents and our teachers, oh, there was actually a survey done and it said this and that, and what if they still don't do anything? Then what can you tell us to do?
That's a great question, Imani. Thank you. I think that would be that would be a big shame if that wasn't the case, because you would hope that those educating you are doing it for your benefit rather than theirs. But I think I would say in that case, yes, you are still learning from a facilitator, so a teacher or a parent. But if you have access to, the internet, or if you have access to different ways and you're really passionate about taking things into your own hand, you could, just take things into your own hands, and you could go online and you could learn different ways of doing things. There's a lot of empowerment that comes from self-learning and from if you have an idea and you think, oh, I'd love to know how to do this, but I don't want to ask my parent because they're not going to want me to do it. Then if you have that freedom and that flexibility to go on the internet and to read about something, then that is a great way of approaching it. However, if you can, I would also say try and even if you shared the survey with your parents and you said, look, we are really in a situation where we're not being equipped to learn the right skills and the right knowledge to succeed in the future, as a parent or as a teacher, that should motivate you to address this as well. So there's a couple of ways you could navigate it, but I think first definitely have a conversation. If you deem that what you are learning, if you want, to be a doctor or to be an astronaut, or, even a teacher, and you think, I don't know if I can do this because I'm not learning enough science or I'm not learning enough of that, you should raise your voice. Like I said multiple times in this presentation, your voice is super important, and it's about time we heard it more. So I hope that empowers you to, and everyone else who has the same issue, to take action for yourself, as well as hopefully in turn benefit others.
Thank you, Noreen.
So, hi, Noreen.
Hi.
I have a question. My name is Immaculate. I have a question on education. Do you prefer the education to be more theory or more of practical? And if you support any of it, why?
That's a great question, Immaculate. Thank you. I actually think it's a combination of both. If I think back about my education, I did definitely spend a lot of time learning about things where I thought, oh, I'm never going to use this in my future. But actually, so much of it does come back. And so I want to give maybe a shout out to the teachers who think that their students don't believe in what they're learning, but it is beneficial. However, that being said, I do think there's so much value in experiential learning. There's so much value in doing on the ground learning. So if you're, for example, learning about climate education, then that is the moments where you need to be out in nature and you need to be looking at not only the impacts of climate change, but also the beauty of nature in order to be able to understand it. If you are in a school where you do a lot of STEM, then having those hands-on practical experience will help you remember. So it's not that I support one over the other, but I think a good combination of both is super important. And so experiential learning is a really big thing. And if that's what you think you're maybe missing out on, then that's something that you would advocate for as well. So I hope that answered your question, but I definitely think a combination of both to kind of get the theory gives you the foundations that you need in order to achieve the practice.
Thank you very much, Noreen. My name is Melanie, and about the bar, what is it you can do as a person to reach that limit or make a change? Because yeah, I get that you said that you might see peers and you're talking about how they have this and you're missing out. So how can you as a person reach that limit or try to?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question as well. You guys are full of great questions. Before I answer that, I just remembered actually one of the questions in our survey. Yeah.
Sorry, just saying, we are grateful because this is Kenya. We are bright minds.
You are bright minds. You guys are. Yes, and you are at this event today. So you're innovators and you're bright minds and you are change makers. But before I answer that, I just wanted to share, one of our survey questions asks if you have ever tried to make change happen in your school, or if you ever, if you wanted to make change happen, do you think you could? And the most answered question is no, because I don't think I would be listened to. And that is absolutely heartbreaking for us who try so hard to empower you and to create an education system where you are being heard. It is really, really heartbreaking to know that still so many don't feel like that. And so I'm finding it quite hard to answer your question and the same first question I received, because I think again, it should be a collaborative exercise. I don't think it should be on you as a student to make this entire change happen. And I certainly don't want you to believe that you need to be the sole person responsible for this. I think the best way in order to achieve things is to come together. Again, I keep saying this word collaborative, but to come together as a collaborative, to work. In fact, work with people like Felix, because they really have the connections and they have the power as well to advocate on your behalf and to elevate your voices as well. So definitely start small. Don't feel like you need to transform the whole school system straight away. But I would really say like little steps go a long way. And so whatever you can do for yourself in that moment in time to believe that you're having an impact, I would highly encourage you and empower you to do that. I think sometimes people are being held back to take action because they think, oh, in the grand scheme of things, it won't matter. And it's the same thinking that exists in the climate world, right? Oh, I'll buy one plastic bottle, it won't matter. Or, oh, I don't need to do this because no one else does it. My little action doesn't matter, which is actually incorrect. It does matter. And so the same thinking applies to education. Small steps will lead eventually to a big change. So yeah, again, I'm not sure if I have fully answered your question, but I think those are really great questions. You're getting me thinking now about the education and what we're actually trying to achieve. So thank you for that. You're provoking thoughts in me. I hope as much as I've provoked some thoughts in you. Felix, do we have any more questions?
Yeah. My name is Chantal and I'm a parent. So I have this question. Do you have any successful strategies that you have used to encourage innovation
and creativity among the children that are less privileged, that may not have access to opportunities like this? And then the other question is, what ways do you think the children that are already involved in innovation can help work together with the less privileged so that we see a community or a society of children that are able to, exercise their creativity? Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. I'm so happy that I'm hearing from a parent as well. I think what's really important, and one of the things that we know for a fact, is that children learn better when it's peer-to-peer. It's obviously, I'm saying this, but I hope you understand that sometimes when it's a teacher teaching, it's very easy for children to not really want to be engaged in the process. Whereas when it's something that is fun and when it's something that's peer-to-peer, then that's when they engage the most. And so as a facilitator, wherever you're a parent or a teacher, as a facilitator, the best strategies are to facilitate those spaces and those collaborations and those connections from happening. It could be a school trip. It could be, if you're a parent and you're not in a school environment, it could be taking your children and exposing them to different environments. And so through that, I think, again, this aspect of collaboration, and I think it's also very easy to forget that, or very easy to think that, oh, but you need to buy all this material, or you need to buy all these things and spend money and resources on them. But actually, the most powerful things is when it's recycled or when it's upcycled, or when you use existing resources and you get them to think creatively about, okay, if we have, I don't know, these packs of Post-its. Oh, can you see? These packs of Post-its, what can I do with this? And then that's when they really engage their brains and think creatively and hopefully collaboratively as well. Whereas if you gave them a ready-made box, they would probably not be able to engage in it that much. So I definitely say try and find opportunities for creativeness, opportunities for learning by doing is amazing. And on your question about how we get students who are currently innovating or who have access to events like this, how can they support others? Again, I think it goes back to creating those opportunities for collaboration and those opportunities for them to share their knowledge and to bring others in the experience as well. I think that could also be a very humbling experience, and it could also teach a lot more than just seeing it on your phone or seeing it on television.
All the questions. You are the first person who asked the question, wants to ask another one, just in the interest.
Stretch. But for you.
So my question is, if we had one global learning system, do you think that would be better in terms of how far it would reach, like the outreach of the education? And do you think if we had one global system that due to its revision and how it would be looked at, that it would be better in quality?
Great question. And I almost want to say, no, we shouldn't have one global learning system, because that's what we have at the moment. You may have heard the phrase one size fits all, But actually in education, one size does not fit all. You have different kids who have different abilities. You have different kids who speak languages in a different way. You have, again, this goes back to opportunities and to access and to equity. But this is what the global learning system, the one size fits all model, has created. And so actually what we would love to see is we would love to live in a world, or we would love to see an education system where each school or each teacher has the flexibility to approach teaching in their classroom and adapt to the needs of the students. So you might be really, really good at maths and science, and then the person sitting next to you might be much better at languages. And so it would be amazing to actually be in a system where you could benefit from your maths lesson while the other person benefits from language lesson, instead of almost being punished for not being good at maths. So we would really love to transform education in a way where all the needs are being met and all the needs are being addressed equally, and where teachers are actually have the time, have the capacity, have the skills to be able to meet each individual needs at the same time. So yeah, that's what I would say. And that's where you have better high quality teaching, instead of also a teacher standing in front of the class and teaching to about 50 students, having personalized learning, or even smaller classes where you know each other. The student knows the teacher knows everyone's names, has the capacity to come to your desk and help you individually. That's what we want to see. And that's where high quality learning will flourish and will benefit everyone.
Wow, thank you very much, Noreen. That is Noreen. A round of applause for Noreen.
Thanks, and to you guys as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Let me tell you, when I was in class 1, we were 122, and the first exam that I did, I was 101. We went to class 2, and we were 92 of us, and I was number 58. Then we went to class 3, and that's when I started shining. Shining at that stage.
That's when you become Felix.
I'm just trying to say the numbers have been a big issue in Kenya. And for some of us here, some students, their class is 18 people. Sometimes there is a class with 4 people. But there is a school with 120 or 150, and the teacher has to mark all the books. So there is enough reasons for us to do the Transform Education Survey to inform the world. By the way, when you hear, like in the morning I was saying, 157 million children were out of school before the COVID-19. And that is a data from the UN on quality education. That time, when she speaks about the 2.2 billion children in the world, where do we get that information? It comes from people like you. So sometimes they might have the wrong information. So if your participation, and you ensure you say you come from Kenya, by the way, because Kenya, we roar in the world. So if you do that, or from other countries where we are represented here, if you do that, you'll be making a big difference. Now, Oprah, as we do another round of applause for Noreen, and Noreen will say thank you again. Thank you for speaking to us. This is such an awesome moment engaging with you from all the way in the UK. Now, so thank you very much. I would say thank you.
Thank you.
And we
Asante
welcome you.
sana.
Asante sana, karibu sana Nairobi. We can't wait to see you. Yes, actually she's
I'm going to come see you guys very soon, I promise.
All right, that's a promise.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye for now. Bye. Thank you. All right, we have something on the screens now. Let's see. 40 devices only. 40 devices only. 40. You're sitting next to someone with a phone. Go to Kahoot. We have a winning prize in a moment. You can't be bored all the time. And now someone has to win. Kahoot, Kahoot. Just go to Google Chrome and say Kahoot.it. Kahoot.ai. And the game pin is on the board. Yes. Oh, the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi, if you are here and you need to connect to the Wi-Fi, all you need to do is go to a Wi-Fi called Mgeni, click on it, and whatever it tells you, just accept. Then you'll have internet. 40 devices. The first 40 devices get access. Without the 40, You can reduce the volume a little bit. There you go. Someone is already in. A Kahoot is coming up. Go to Mugeni. It will come. It will come. Just wait for this. Click on this. Go to this. All right. Yeah, wait for that. There's Wi-Fi. There you go. Open Google Chrome. All right. We have how many devices at the moment? 19 devices. Please help someone. Don't sit there. Don't just sit there. Move around. Move around. It's gonna be so fast. Work with someone. Do not sit alone. Do not work alone. Please, this is a collaborative activity. Teachers, parents, students, and the teens in the house. Let's get this done. As you continue to do this, I want to remind you that tomorrow is a hack day. So tomorrow when we come, we're going to be hacking some of these challenges from the SDGs. And it will be easy. We are 20 and we need 40 devices. So if you're sitting with a student with no phone and you have a laptop, give them the phone or give them the laptop, whatever it is. Because this has to be won by a student. If a teacher wins, I'm going to not give them the award. A student has to win this. You can work with your student and support them. All right, let's see who wins this one. Are you okay, Wema? All right, we're going to start now. Sorry? No, it will come on your screen. The good thing about the Kahoot that I set up every time, and my students will tell you, it will come on your screen. It doesn't have to have a blue screen or a green one without anything. So, there you go. Thank you very much. Kahoot, Kahoot, Kahoot. All right, it's time, it's time, it's time. This one is going to be so fast. 3, 2. We're about to start. Oprah, get ready. The winner gets an amazing prize. At the count of, oh, by the way, anyone can win. Let me not say a student, because some students are so smart. They can even beat you, guys. They are too smart. They have been listening. Some of them have been doing some amazing stuff, others not so amazing stuff during the sessions. Because I see and I hear and I don't want to say more. At the count of 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. And 1. Check your screen. Don't need to look at the screen here. Which one focuses on literacy rates? Literacy. There you go. Let's see who is leading at the moment. We have Agent Dove. Or Dove. Yo, that's true, man. Let's go. The second one, reducing mortality and morbidity. Someone has been taken. Let's do it very fast. Let's do it very fast. The moment they get to 13, when you get 20 answers, you just move to the next person. No, I'm kidding. Oprah, don't do that to my friends. All right, let's go. Health, universal health coverage, vaccine, the COVID vaccine. Which SDG focuses on these things? Team effort, team effort. If you're working alone, you're going to have a hard time, my friend. Collaborate. Let's win this thing. Let's take this home. There you go. We have green. Oh, green, my friend. Who is agent? Let's see. Check your number, your position. You are fourth place. Extreme poverty. Some people say poverty, 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 poverty. Just cross your fingers and wait for the answer. There you go. Then sixth question. Now, I want you to go very fast because this is our competition. So some people might be skipped. Go very fast. You stop at, come on, faster, faster. The faster you click, the better. Let's keep moving. Let's move to the next question. Let's move to the next question. Let's move to the next question. Agent Dav, you've been taken down. Zero hunger is the goal number. Fast. That one you stop at exactly 10 seconds. That one is 16, 15, 14. There you go. You see? See? You have been skipped. Let's go. Let's go. Double points. Who implemented? Who is implementing? Who is implementing the SDGs? You have very little seconds remaining. 1 and 0. Good job. Let's move very fast. Let's move on. The UN is the focus. Peaceful and productive societies, it is there. I feel like saying, guys, but it's something about peace. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. Okay, so there was a mistake there. There was a trick. Yes, that's it. Let's keep going. Next. Oprah, let's go fast. The agent is really threatening. SDG 3. Who is the agent? Oh my goodness. And the answer is, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Oh, sorry. And as agent is on fire. This one will tell you the state of health. There you go. We have an answer there. That was a hard one, guys. Sorry. But you are teenagers anyway. Let's go. How many SDGs are there? Come on, you can get this one. This can be your savior. There you go. There you go. Let's go. Let's move. SDG 5, SDG 5. I know it. I know it. I know it. Easy peasy. Lemons are juicy. Is that what they say? Okay. Yeah, squeezy. Oh my goodness, it's gender equality, people, not gender education. Agent is threatening. Come on, guys, take this person down. What is the deadline? Which year? Come on. Pressure, pressure, pressure. You need to take this person. Reducing malnutrition and nutrition is related to which goal? Oh. Come on, you can't miss this one. Oh my goodness, some people lost it. It's okay, let's go on. All right. Daring Squid is coming up very fast. It is not satanation, satanizer. It is sanitation. There you go, sanitation. That was a hard one. But this one is the savior. Watch this one. Hey, Agent Dove is dangerous. Okay. Honest Impala. Which of the following diseases can be caused by lack of access to sanitation and water? Come on, easy. It's like biology. Come on. Oh my goodness, we put tuberculosis. I'm sorry. Let's do this. Next. The faster you click, the better, by the secret Agent Dove is using. It's a tricky question. It's a tricky one. There you go. Come on. We are nearing the second last question. Come on, save your life. Says DG8. Is decent work and economic growth. Which other goals can it save? Decent work and economic growth. Oh, yes, all of them. Oh, it's okay. And finally, we have a question. Daring Squid is taking the lead, guys. This is the time Agent Dove or Dove can save this one. Easy. Oh, that's a tricky one. Hold your heart. Environmental, economical, and social. Well done, everyone. And let's see. Oh, at the top. Number 3, we have Blue Haven. Well done. Blue Haven, prepare. Agent Dove has been taken down, and we have the... Let's give a round of applause to Daring Squid, and yes, he runs here. Come here, Daring Squid. And Agent Dove, come here. And the third person was Blue Raven. Who's number 45, by the way? Okay, let's see. Come here. Winners are here. Who are these people? Number 3, we had a tie. What level are you? Your number? Number 3, these are the people. Come, the two of you. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Okay, I'm going to say something here, which can be a problem. The future is? The future is? The future is? I'm not the one saying the future is. The future is? Oh, boy shout, boy shout, boy shout, boy shout. Number one. Okay, let's see. Number one, stand here. Okay. Now I'm going to ask Oprah to come with the prizes, the three of them. We're going to cut one. One is going to be broken because it cannot be broken, so we're going to have an argument here because our team collaborated. So we're going to find something. Number one, on one side, this is Nisi Faith Keza. What was your trick? How did you take down your sister?
I just generally try to answer quickly. That's it. That's how I get most points.
How did you maintain lead for 19 levels?
You have to keep answering the right questions really fast. Sir, I didn't cheat.
Okay, thank you. How did you guys do this?
So, for the questions, they were coming really quickly, so you had to answer quickly. And let's say one person has this idea and you have this one, so you'd have to quickly collaborate and answer as efficiently as possible.
What was your role in all that? No, you have to hold the mic and at 45 degrees. Remember what I told you, you're a leader? You're a leader for 12 degrees. If you're left-handed, you use the left. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Patience. Okay, so if Sophia had answer and I didn't, I would let her answer. And if I had an answer and she didn't, I would answer.
Now, we're going to ask Oprah, our wonderful Oprah, to come and award number 3. You're going to get a present, but this present is being given by the Microsoft Africa Development Center. And, you know, I'm going to ask my friend, yes, come, to Stacy to award this student. So I have 3 teachers from Microsoft ADC. This is one team. We're going to see what to do, okay? But I'm going to give them the award that I had in my hand or in my heart or in our pocket for now. All right? So this is Stacy Rara. She's going to award the number 3 position to both of them, and they are going to tell us how they're going to do it later on. Let's give a round of applause to the winners of the Kahoot. All right, well done. You may take a photo. Oh, there is no photo. Come on, take a photo. No, take a photo. Take a photo. Yeah, take a photo. Come closer. The cameraman, take a photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stacy. Let's give another round of applause. And with us is amazing Ria. Come, Ria, come closer. Ria is my computer science student. Sometimes, a few years ago, I used to teach her, and she was amazing. And let me tell you, Chantal, come, please. Chantal, please come. If you want to excel in your exams, do not just focus on your exams. Find innovation activities like this. I'm very sure Mr. Brand, yes. Mr. Brand asked who can go for the Teens Innovation Week, and Ria came. You know, tomorrow there's a hackathon. The following day, there is an award ceremony. This is a ceremony, not like this one. So, Ria, she excels in class, just like my friends here, Patience and her friend, and she still does these hacks, like what you're doing today. Well done, congratulations. Now I'm going to give Ma'am Chantal to award you and take a photo. Come closer. Well done. She maintained lead for a long time. Well done. And number 2. Yes, thank you very much. And now, I'm going to call Afandi to come and award this wonderful lady who has taken the lead for today's Kahoot. Her name is Nisi Faith Keza. And you can do it collaboratively with your friend. And this is going to be good. I'm telling you the truth. This is going to be good as we award this. You know, do you know why I call ladies only? Because the ladies are the ones who won. Sorry, guys. Dudes, sorry. So, Nisi was part of the Crawford Game Jam, a leader. And one day they will tell a story about that. But now, it's a moment for them to take a photo, smile, and say, congratulations. A round of applause for Ria and Nisi. Woo, thank you very much. All right, the photo has been taken. Let's go. Let's sit down. Now, we have another thing coming up. Wait, it's going up again? All right, let's go down. What time is it? What time is it? You know, yesterday, this media man, got a scholarship to do code risk course for 10,000 Kenyan shillings. And that was because his voice, he could project his voice. One thing I like about young people is that if you tell them something, they respond. By the way, if I was having Chantal and myself and other people here, it would be a hard time. But today, we are having young people in the room. So when I tell you guys, hold the mic like a presenter and build some confidence, I'm sure you're going to do that. And I've seen it happening. Number two, when I tell you guys to, project your voice, because the world needs to listen to you, like we have been told by Noreen. You do that. And so I want to take this opportunity to introduce to us, for those of us who love to hear about people who are very smart. I'm going to introduce to you our amazing speaker from the legal education, from the place of law. So tomorrow, you might hack and come up with a law that can change this country. I want to contribute and say, Mtoto News, I've already presented a bill in the parliament. Mtoto News, is that right? They have been able to speak with a voice and taken a bill in the parliament which has been debated upon and accepted in the parliament. So for more, to become advocates, like Noreen Kasam and Mtoto News team, this could be a project that can be presented. You don't have to come up with a robot that moves or flies. You can come up with a solution that is called a social sustainability project that changes the lives of the people. So tomorrow when you come, don't come thinking, oh, I don't know how to code, I'm so cracked. If you find yourself working with someone you don't even know, I don't know. So allow me to invite our friend from the legal education, Mr. Calvin, right? Goodness, I'm so sorry. Afandi, I will let you do this. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm going to allow my friend to come and speak to us because I forgot his name. He's my friend. I'm just going to allow him to come and speak to us concerning what is it that we need to know in the days that are to come. Give me a mic, please, as he takes the stage. A round of applause from our friend. Remember when I said Ida looks money, what do you see? What do you see now? Give me a mic, please. Give me a mic, sir. Yeah. All right. Gonna have our friend speaking to us in a moment. And he's going to introduce himself. Sir, after this, you can charge me some, you can give me some charge sheet.
Yes, definitely. I will. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good day and learning a lot from all the speakers who've been here before me. I'm not sure if they're projecting. Yes, my name is Nelson Kari. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Legal Tech Kenya. By profession, I am an advocate and a software engineer. And today I'm going to be talking to you about using legal education to strengthen the rule of law. That's broadly what I'm going to be talking about, and also touching a bit on what we do and what that means for you as young people who are potentially going to get into this profession of ours. So, what do we understand about the rule of law? Is anyone able to tell me what they understand about the rule of law? Anyone just spitball? You can guess, you're allowed to guess. It's not a classroom. Anyone? Yes? Exactly, yeah. That's actually what the rule of law is. So as a society, we usually come together and decide that we want to be governed by certain rules and regulations, as you've called them. And this framework that we set for ourselves that determines how we are supposed to behave with regards to each other, what we are allowed to do and what we are not allowed to do, and what sanctions or punishments are given to us in case we break these rules that we have all agreed on. This is in general what we call the rule of law. It's a political philosophy that is aimed at ensuring equality for all before the law. What that means is that if today my good friend who's answered the question gets into government or becomes the president of Kenya, the same rules that apply to him are the same rules that apply to me, who is not in government or who doesn't hold the same position as he does. So it's in essence something that we need to ensure that we do not devolve as a society to lawlessness, to violence, and generally to any undesirable situation that might be detrimental to our way of life. So the application and adjudication of legal rules, by adjudication we mean how do we ascertain when someone goes wrong? How do we apply these rules and regulations? And this is what is usually done by courts. It needs to be impartial and consistent across all social classes. That means, as with the example we've given, the president or the richest man in the country and the poorest man in the country, all the same rules apply to all of them. So in general, that is what the rule of law is, the framework that we establish of rules and regulations. For example, we have the Constitution of Kenya. Does anyone know any act of parliament? Does anyone know any act of parliament? Yes? Children's Act, exactly. And then we also have, yes? Traffic Act, exactly. So all these things form part of what we call the rule of law. So we have the rules in like the Traffic Act, the Children's Act, in the Constitution, and we have subsidiary legislation, and all this gives us a framework under which we operate and create this environment that we're calling the rule of law. And from this, then, we are able to build a culture of lawfulness. You may ask yourself, what is a culture of lawfulness? A culture of lawfulness is one where everyone follows the law, not because they feel they have to or they are afraid that something will happen to them, but because we have faith in our justice system, because we believe in our constitution, because we believe in the rules that we have set for ourselves, and we feel that it is incumbent upon us as citizens to ensure that we live within these bounds that we have set for ourselves. And it is not a requirement that everyone in our society has to believe in the desirability of the rule of law, but if the average person in the street, if your Mama Mboga believes in the rule of law, then we have succeeded as a society. That's the essence of lawfulness. And that's the reason why I'm giving this talk to you today, because without lawfulness, without inculcating a culture of lawfulness at a very early stage, like most of you guys are, it's impossible for us to build a society where we believe in the rule of law and where we exist within the bounds of the rule of law. I hope I'm not losing you. Okay. So how do we promote this culture of lawfulness? We can do this through participation and communication. You're never too young to actively participate in the legal framework of this country. This can be through your clubs at school. It can be through your communities where you live. If there is an opportunity for you to participate in the development of any kind of laws and regulations that are going to have an impact on you, we would highly encourage you to become an active participant. Because this country will only succeed when we have a generation of people who are actively participating in the civil and political field, and you're never too young to actively participate in this. We can also do this through actively engaging with the justice system. I'm not sure how many of us have had their relatives actively engage with like the courts or anything like that. You're always able to engage with courts because this is public information that is readily available to you. You could go to court today, of course, with an adult supervisor and request for information if you're really interested in learning about how we apply the rule of law in this country, how cases are decided. And you can start from a very young age, especially if you're interested in getting into the legal field. And this information will always be available to you. So this is a very good way of inculcating this culture of lawfulness in yourself. Another way is through civic and school-based education. So your teachers are able to provide you with education on, for instance, how you can get involved in civic programs, about let's say we have a call for papers on a certain law that we want to promulgate, or we want to do certain research on a certain law that perhaps is going to impact on you as someone who is not of the age of majority. You are able to engage, whether it's through schools or communities, and get your voice heard. And this is how we can impact change in our society from a very young age. And which brings me to the next point. What is education in strengthening the rule of law? So through education, we are able to acquire the cognitive skills and the experiences that we need to develop into constructive members of society. Like I've mentioned, there are very many avenues of engagement for you through your schools and through your local communities to get active involvement in the civic, social, political, economic debates as they are happening. Your voice is important because the rules that we are making, as lawyers, as politicians, they are meant to govern us for the next, let's say, 10 or 20 years. And that is when you guys are going to be like in the prime of your lives. You're going to be 28, you're going to be making a lot of money. So you want to be actively involved in the creation of policies and rules that are going to impact your life positively at this point in time. Because what happens more often than not is that sometimes you get short-sighted. Because we might have problems that we are experiencing in the present that we need to we need a quick fix for this. But when your generation comes into power, you find that we put in place measures that are actively detrimental to your well-being. A good example is with climate change. 20 years ago, we didn't take into account what climate change could actually do, like the serious effects that we are experiencing right now. And it's my generation and your generation that is going to suffer the consequences of this. Because we did not actively participate, we did not get our voices heard enough, or they were ignored, and now we have to bear the consequences of this. So in the same way, we need to make sure that we are actively participating in our schools and in our communities to make sure that our voices are heard and to make sure that we're building a good future for ourselves. And education is going to encourage us to get these values and culture of lawfulness, and we are going to be able to apply these principles in our daily lives. And you find that when you're actively engaged in all these activities that we're talking about, you get the knowledge and the confidence. So if you get involved once, you might be a bit timid. You get involved twice, you've gotten the knowledge and the confidence, and you're really able to push your ideas and to get your ideas heard. There's a lot of people who are willing to listen to you. You just need to get actively engaged. And so what support systems can we put in place, we as the people who are now kind of in control? What can we put in place? What can we do to work together with your educators to make sure that we are supporting you in your quest to be an active participant in the rule of law? There's curriculum support. So how do we, for instance, as the Law Society of Kenya, come into your schools and provide programs that are able to educate you on different ways you can get involved with, let's say, the creation of new laws or the creation of new policies. What materials are we giving you that are providing you with knowledge at a very basic level of the legal system and how it works, or how you can get involved? What programs can we bring to you, to your schools, or to your local communities that allow you to actively participate? So it's incumbent upon us to bring, like, for instance, project-based learning. So do we come to your school and provide, let's say, a project? We want you to be involved in this project. This is the outcome that we want. Do we come to you with a problem? This is the problem we are having, or this is the problem that we anticipate is going to, you guys are going to face, and we want your ideas on how you will solve them, or how you want to see them solved. Do we also get you engaged with people from other parts of the world through the internet, to share your ideas, to do what we call transfer of knowledge, to get ideas from them and see how we can implement these ideas locally? Then how else do we interact with your educators and get them to really understand this knowledge that we're trying to bring to you at a very in-depth level, that they can break it down to you in ways that you may be able to understand? Because we may speak and think that we have spoken to you, but really we are speaking to ourselves. But we want you guys to be involved, and we want you guys to share your ideas, because you're the people who are going to be affected by all this. And so you might ask yourself, so how do I get into the legal field? Do I have to just be a lawyer? And the answer is no. Nowadays, the legal field is very expansive. You don't just have to think that I need to go to law school and I need to be a lawyer and that is how I can get involved. No. There's a lot of new careers that are coming up in the legal field. My company does what is called legal technology. Legal technology is essentially a marriage of law and technology. And I know a lot of you guys here today are innovators, so you're the guys who we are looking to get into our space within the next few years. So there's a lot more you can do. One example of a career is you can be a legal technologist. A legal technologist implements technology in their work. So if today you're hired by a law firm as a tech guy, your work is to translate whatever work they do into a software application. So if it's creation of documents, if it's communicating with clients, your work is going to be to change all that into a software application. And you don't really need any legal knowledge. So even for you guys who are in the innovation field, this is a very viable route for you guys. You can be an artificial intelligence analyst. How many guys have heard of AI? How many guys have spoken to Safaricom's chatbot, Zuri? Yeah, exactly. So that's an example of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is coming into the legal field as well. We are doing, personally, as a company, we're also doing a lot of development in artificial intelligence. And you would think that artificial intelligence doesn't have a place in the law, but the more creative you are about it, the more opportunities that you can create for yourself. So what can you come up with as an individual that will allow you to break into this space that traditionally doesn't have a lot of tech involvement? And as an artificial intelligence analyst, basically you're just working with data scientists, doing a lot of experimentation. How many guys like doing experiments? Yeah, so it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun because you're given a lot of leeway to experiment, to get results, to see what works, what doesn't work. And it's very high paying for those who like a little money. It's very high paying. So these are like alternatives to the traditional path that you can take in the legal field. You can also be a cybersecurity analyst. Nowadays, we are handling a lot of computerized data in the legal field, and we need a lot of cybersecurity guys to come in and ensure that our data is protected. We need data analysts. The legal field is now maturing enough to see the essence of data. So what data can do for you, data can allow you really to get a better understanding of your clients. Let me ask, have you ever tried to Google something and then you get very good recommendations? Yes, that is data, that is data at work. Because Google has collected a lot of your data, they know what preferences you have and they're able to give you better recommendations. So in the exact same way, that's what we as lawyers are doing with data. Getting a lot of data and allowing ourselves to be able to make better informed decisions. And as lawyers, we can't do all that by ourselves. We need you guys who are in the innovation space to be able to come on board with your fresh ideas, with your technical expertise, and to tell us, this is what we're able to do. Another route that you can take is in legal operations. So legal operations is also for the guys who are interested in data. Legal operations allows you to manage your law firm as a business. As lawyers, we have this thing where we tend to operate not as businessmen, but I don't even know what to call it. But with legal operations, especially by focusing on data, and really taking a keen interest on data and saying that this is what we need to focus on, you're able to streamline the processes. So in the same way, for example, Safaricom knows that we need this department to have this number of people, we need this department to focus on doing this, this, and this. We need, let's say, to market to this segment of the population. That's the exact same thing you're going to be doing in legal operations with data. So your work is going to be to ascertain exactly what we need, exactly what we need to do, and exactly at what time do we need to do this in order to make sure that we are making the maximum use of the resources that we have. And finally, we have the legal solutions architect. Do we know what an architect is? Anyone? Does anyone want to answer? I can see she's pushing you to answer. Yes. Yes. So in the same way that we have someone who designed this building, it's the same way we can have an IT solutions architect. So an IT solutions architect designs what we call the infrastructure. So the same way the architect decided that we need to have this column over here, we need to have that door over there, we need to have that screen over there, that's the exact same thing you do as a legal solutions architect. So your work is to really identify what we need to build and in what way we need to build it. And this is more of a hybrid role. So even if you were to find yourself having taken a law degree, gone to the Kenya School of Law, this is perhaps something that you could be able to do. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities in the legal tech field. Please don't feel like you are limited. If your interest is in taking the path of a legal career, please do not feel that you're limited in terms of what you can do. And also, if your interest is in taking the side of tech, there's a lot more that you can do beyond creating software applications for big tech like Microsoft and Google. There's a lot more that is happening in the legal space and not enough people. So it's really a big opportunity within the next 10 years, if that's when you'll be entering the job market. It's a very big opportunity for you guys. And that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions for me, this is the time to ask them. Yes, sir.
And of course, money can come into this perspective. They can have their own motive to make a lot of money and then spread this money to people who will support them, get what they want. So how can we limit that so that we have a fair legal system?
So you're talking about lobbying, in essence. Okay. Lobbying is a part of the legal system. It's really, I think, something that we borrowed from the American way of doing things, where if we have our own private interests, we talk to the people who are in charge of making these laws and regulations. But this is what I was talking about us getting involved in civic spaces. Because the counter to this is civil action. By civil action, I don't mean we have to go to the streets and say that we don't want this law. No. We can exert our own influence as civilians and say that we do not want these laws and regulations in our country. We feel that they're detrimental to us. And so we need to get involved from a very young age. Because what happens is that when you're not getting involved, you don't care enough. And by the time these laws and regulations are affecting you, it's too late. It's too late to make any substantial change. So it's not too early to get started. Find ways in which you can get involved in the civil society, whether it's through your school, whether it's through your local communities, and that will be a very effective counter to the moneyed interests that you're talking about.
So how do you also balance your personal motives?
It has to be a collective effort. You know, when you're engaging in a community, the community does not cater to personal motives. The community caters to the motives, what is best for the entire community. It has to be utilitarian. By that I mean it has to serve the interests of a majority of the people in that group. So the only way we get to get this civil action started is by, let's say, 90% of us agreeing that this is what we want. So even if I am in the 10%, my personal interests are not really going to have a bearing on the interests that we end up fighting for.
Okay, thank you. Also have another question. This is also to do with crimes and hacking and stuff. So how do we deal with laws to do, because you know children can have a lot of opportunities to make money. I don't know if you heard about the Bitcoin hack on Twitter, but basically you know how children aren't seriously charged with crimes and stuff. And in this new age of technology, how do we balance that? How do we give them a fair punishment while at the same time not putting them in an adult prison? Because what they've done are also high-level crimes, which they could serve life sentences for.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. It goes back to what we've been talking about the rule of law and a culture of lawfulness. Because with the internet, we are exposed to a lot of things. There's a lot of exposure to so many things from a very young age, and if we are able, it's more of a social problem than really a legal problem, because we can't really punish children. There's a limit to what you can do, because also you have to bear in mind this is someone who is very young and they have their whole future ahead of them, so you also don't want to ruin that. So my thoughts will be that it has to be more of a social approach. At the very basic level, we need to inculcate what you're talking about, a culture of lawfulness, that we feel that we need to obey the laws, not because we are afraid we are going to be punished, but we know it's our civic duty. And by building this culture of lawfulness, then we have a society where the rule of law is obeyed, and we don't have incidences like that.
Okay, thank you. One last question. Do you think there's a connection between the punishment for crimes and the level of crime rates? Because I think it's Netherlands where the prisons are very friendly and stuff. And you know, you'd be like, oh wow, let me commit a crime so I can go into prison. I don't have to pay for food and taxes and stuff. I'm in prison. But there's still low levels of crime in there, and their standards of living are really high. So what do you think about that?
Good question again. I don't think there's anyone. Okay, you know, you actually answered your own question right there when you were making the example. Because you said, this guy thinks to himself, let me commit this crime so that I can go to prison and not have to pay for food. That's what you said, right? So that points to the root of the problem. A lot of people, a majority of people, commit crimes not because they want to. Of course, we have the small percentage of people with mental issues, let's say psychopaths, who commit crimes just because they want to. But a majority of people commit crimes because they have no other way of making ends meet. And that's where you find a lot of these petty crimes, like phones have been snatched. You know, they're just looking for a way to get that next meal. So again, it goes back to society. What's our socioeconomic status? Are we able to build an economy that caters even to the person at the bottom of the ladder? Are they able to buy their daily meal, or are we forcing them to resort to petty crimes? Because no adult would willingly want their freedom taken from them, that today I want, let's say, to go to Mombasa. No adult would want that freedom taken from them. So no one really, aside from the small percentage who have mental issues, no one really commits crimes because they want to. It's because they have to. And it's incumbent on us to build a society where even the person who doesn't have anything is able to afford their daily meal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes?
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
So my main concern is on the awareness of the law.
Yes.
You will find that very few people know about the law.
Mhm.
Very few. And actually, so many don't know about their rights. So how can you create awareness about the law such that at least maybe like 50% of the citizens in Kenya know what the law is all about? Second thing, for those who try to study the law, sometimes I also try to study the law, and I'm unable to understand some of the legal jargons that are used. I have to stay with a dictionary here and the constitution on this other end. How can studying the law be made simpler for a person who has not done law? Because understanding some of those jargons quite hard.
Okay. Let me give one answer to both questions. Nowadays, technology has evolved so much. And I feel like, especially in the legal sector, technology is underutilized because we have so many people with mobile phones and access to the internet, but still, the rates at which people are able to understand the law is very low. So I think it's on us as innovators to come up with different ways in which we can disseminate this knowledge, because the knowledge is there and it's readily available on the internet, but the challenge becomes, how do we take it to, let's say, the person living in Lodwar? Because the person living in Lodwar, they probably have bigger concerns than trying to understand what the law is. But with technology, if we can harness technology to bring this legal knowledge in a very simplified format to that person who is living in Lodwar, like right to their mobile device, that's a very easy way of ensuring that every member of our society has at least a basic understanding of the law. Because if we make this only a problem for us lawyers, we're going to run into the same problems that you have highlighted in your second question. Because at the end of the day, we might think as lawyers that, we have simplified this so much. But to a layperson who hasn't interacted with the law before, it might still be very difficult. So it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach whereby we have members of society from different communities, from different interest groups saying, this is what we want to see. Let's say we have guys from the tech side saying, this is what we can build, and this is how we can disseminate this information.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine, and my question is, like, I'm sure you face a couple of challenges in like integrating the side of law and technology together. So like, what are the challenges you face?
Okay, good question. Yeah, our sector is not very, has not been very, at least for the past few years, it hasn't been very receptive of technology, but we are seeing a lot of change. What I mean is, guys really haven't been taking up technology so much in our sector. because for one reason or the other, sometimes technology is expensive because you might spend an entire year building a product and you need to get value back for the time you invested. And so sometimes it may be out of reach. Something else, our systems are very old school. Let me call them old school. Because probably the same thing lawyers were doing in the 1970s, the same thing they're doing right now. So sometimes it's very difficult bridging that gap, like showing them this new way of doing things is better. But it's not an insurmountable challenge. It's something that can be accomplished. I would say that the biggest challenge is not on the innovation side, but rather on the adoption side, because we have so many solutions doing so many wonderful things. We just need to convince enough people to get on board with using these products. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, how would the law be more inclusive of everyone in terms of when it's being made? For example, we saw a petition during the Building Bridges initiative. So yes, people agreed, some people, others did not. Others just had very small discrepancies with why they were not agreeing to it. So how would you make it more accessible to people to be able to pick out the parts that they don't like or do not agree with, to be able to have it more effectively done? Because some people thought it was amazing, others thought the whole thing was wow, no. And others just thought this part, if it was removed and made like this. So how would you be able to pick out that small percentage? And
okay. Oh, you have another one?
Yeah. So for me, when it comes to the 50-50 mother-father story, it's difficult to truly pick out the fathers sometimes because they up and leave. And it's very difficult to say if this mother has to do everything from hand to mouth, it would be difficult to take this father to a court or something because they still have to pay for the lawyer and everything all around. So it would be very difficult for the mother to get the help from the father. So how would you, as a lawyer, make it better for this mother or this parent? It doesn't even have to be the mother, it could be the mother who left. Anyhow, how would you make it better to be able to bring back this parent to assist this other parent in raising a child? Thank you.
Okay, good questions. The first one, do you guys still study social studies? Is that what it's called nowadays? Yeah, that's what it's called? Yes, so I don't know if as part of social studies, you've been taught this about the process of how Parliament enacts a law, the different stages and the different readings. So as part of this enactment process, there's something that is called public participation. And if you've been keenly following the news, any law that is enacted without sufficient public participation is usually struck down by the courts for lack of public participation. And so as part of the enactment process, there has to be public participation where members of the public are invited to make comments on the proposed laws. And that is where we get our voices heard. So whether it's through our civil society organizations, whether it's through yourself as an individual, you're able to submit comments on the proposed law and to get your voice heard. Something else that you could do, if there are forums where you're able to interact with your member of parliament, that is a place where you can bring up such issues. I don't know how many members of parliament actually do that, but if there are those who provide forums where you can talk to them, those are also forums that you can engage with them and tell them, we don't like this about this new law. But I would advise that the best way to go about it is as a group, because there's strength in numbers. It's easier for them to listen to you when you have a group of 100 strong, as opposed to just yourself, which then now brings us back to our civil society organizations. Now, regarding your second question, that's a very emotive issue, and I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. It's a very subjective thing, you know. In as much as we might put in place laws and regulations to say that we need to take into account how much each parent can contribute to the sustenance of this child. At the end of the day, if that person does not want to do that, they won't do it, no matter how many laws and regulations we put in place. So again, back to what I talked about, promoting the rule of law and a culture of lawfulness. So if we start inculcating this culture of lawfulness from a very young age, whereby citizens know that I need to respect the law, I need to obey the law, not because I'm afraid, but because it's my civic duty, then my thinking is that we might have fewer such incidences. And because there's a risk of overregulating. By overregulating, it means we have so many laws talking about essentially the same thing without having an actual effect. So we might go to Parliament today, set up a new law that tries to tackle that problem, but in essence, it doesn't do that. I mean, on paper, it says that it can do that, but when it comes to practice, it's not able to do that. So perhaps we need to rethink and come back to this, what you're talking about, the culture of lawfulness and respect for the rule of law.
Okay, thank you. So my first question was regarding the question that Christine asked, and it was, how would you convince these people who are like, if you're selling products, for example, how would you convince them to buy said products? Because like you said, you are trying to include now technology. How would you convince them that including technology is like one of the good things?
So with technology, you have to show that it solves a pressing need. So you have to identify what challenges are they facing, and then your tech product has to address these challenges in a very simple and cheap way. So this product I'm bringing to you, let's say you usually type up your documents and you print them and you send them physically to your client, yes? So if I can bring to you a tech product that shortens that process and makes it so much cheaper. For instance, if I can create for you an AI robot that will draft for you the document and automatically send it to your client via email, I have reduced your process by so many hours, and I have also reduced your costs by so much money. That's the only way you can convince people to buy your product. Make sure that it solves a pressing need for them. Yes, the question here.
Hi, my name is Eric Numai, and I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
Sorry?
Your thoughts.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the rule of law, right? The same law that applies to me before I'm president, and if I run for president and then become the president, is the same law that applies to me either way, right? So let's not look at it at the perspective of the president. Let's just say a high-level person. Do you really think the same law that would apply to me if I was a low-level person is still the same law that applies to me as a high-level person? Because we've seen cases in courts where these high-level people, their charges are dropped because, well, they're high-level people.
Yes, very good question and very good observation. But you know what that situation points to is that there's a breakdown in the rule of law. Because ideally, the rule of law is meant to make us all equal before the eyes of the law. And it's meant to make sure that our judiciary, the ones who make these decisions, are able to make these decisions without taking into account your social class, or how rich you are, or how poor you are, or what position you hold in government, and so on and so forth. So the situation that you're explaining, which we know actively happens in Kenya, means that there's a breakdown in the rule of law. And this is what we are talking about, inculcating a culture of lawfulness. So when we start from a very young age with you guys, then hopefully we can build a society that respects the rule of law to the extent where it doesn't matter if you're the president or how rich you are, it is inbuilt in you to obey the laws of the country.
Yeah, I'm answered. And one last question. Someone asked about the challenges you've had in legal tech Kenya, right?
Yes.
I just want to know the best experiences.
The best experiences. Okay. When hopefully you guys will, some of you will get to that point, but when you start building your startup, it's usually very exciting because you have this great idea and you want to execute it. Perhaps you've strayed away from what society thinks you should do. Let's say you're a lawyer, so they think you should be going to court, but you choose to do this thing because you believe in it. So I think the greatest moment is when someone actually buys your product, because then they're validating your idea and they're validating your decision to take this route. So you can actually see yourself making an impact. I think that's been the best moment for me.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you guys for taking the time to listen and for engaging with such great questions. I don't think even lawyers have ever grilled me as much as you guys have grilled me. But I'm grateful to see that even the future generation is very actively participating in the legal field. So thank you guys.
A round of applause for my friend.
Forgotten again.
Kari, thank you very much. No charge sheet now. Thank you very much. It was awesome listening to you. And let me tell you something. So these are not lawyers. This is Generation Z. It is even Alpha. You can see Alpha there. Yeah, I'm telling you, these people, they can be lawyers, they can be coder, they can be designer, they can be anything. And that's why we run not a tech event. It's not a STEM week. This is a STEAM week. They can be anything they want. And thank you for speaking to them, especially on matters to do with the legal aspects and also legal education. See, if you become a lawyer, you don't have to be just going to court. If you become a teacher, you don't have to remain in the classroom. Okay, Chloe, you agree with me. I can leave the classroom and I can do a Teens Innovation Week. I've been Chloe's teacher for a while. And so it is possible to do anything with the knowledge that you get. Is that okay, people? Innovation is about more than just a career. Let's do this. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. All right, thank you very much. We stretched a little bit in terms of time. I am being given very tough restrictions. So I want to call my friend from M-Pesa Go. I want to speak about that in a moment, please. So M-Pesa Go is a product made for people between 12 years to 17 years, and it targets those questions that you're asking. So if you save money, Mwema was asking that question, is it Mwema? That if you save money, what do you do with it? Yes, you could save for Christmas. Where is he? Yeah, that guy there in, I don't know what that color is. But if you save money, what will you do with it? Because you can't tell me Nisi is saving 50-50 together with Ida. What will you do with that money? And so M-Pesa Go provides that platform for you to be able to save money, and your parent can support you even as you make those decisions. That moderator there, what's her name? Natalie Jingo spoke highly about what she would do. I don't know if parents are involved. But the thing is, here you have a platform that is safe for you and for your parent, and it is made specifically for you. So it's called M-Pesa Go, a world of possibilities. It's M-Pesa platform made for you, for young people like you. And so this lady, my friend, she can just say your name and where you are seated. Yes, and then we'll come to you with questions. There are parents who are here. Your child might need this so that you can start doing financial literacy. It comes with materials for financial literacy so that the child knows how to manage money. Because if we have money, by the way, I don't want to say education does not matter, but I'm saying if we have money, none of these problems disappear. The second thing is education. Okay.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I think much has been said by our MC. I'm still seated at the last desk there. maybe before you leave, you can pass by and you'll be able to get more from me.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a hack. Give me that hack message. Do you have that? Tomorrow, we have a hackathon, a competition of hacking. It's a marathon of hacking. It's a marathon of solving problems. And you know what? You might be placed in a team that you do not think you belong. Is that okay? No, you want to play with your people? Then you will lose. This life does not work like that. I'm going to just call one parent here. They will tell you we work with people we don't even know. You see, have you seen Miss Afandi? Have you seen Miss Sharon? I mean, there are so many people out there. I don't even know them. I just meet them on the way and we go. So it's not about working with your friend. So this hack is about teens. The theme for the hackathon, just like the Teens Innovation Week, is unlocking teens' creativity and innovation for social impact. So those big ideas Imani and Immaculate and Melanie are having can be tested tomorrow. And so what will be happening, we'll be asking you, can you develop a solution, whether it is a gaming platform or it's an interactive mobile app or an interactive device that promotes education for children with disabilities? It's about quality education. And we'll be asking you, can you come up with a solution that tackles anything to do with education? Number two, create a solution or a device. I mean, like a solution which is a device or a mobile app or even some artwork. Let me add to that. Or a social project. So if you can use law, these people from Total News use, their knowledge to build child advocacy programs that I have told you they have gone to the parliament and have been approved. You can come up with a program like that. That's a social innovation. And be able to advocate for the environmental sustainability or planetary action. So things to do with climate change, things to do with pollution, things to do with aspects to do with what? Let me see if I remember. Saving the fish, hyacinth, and so forth. Those are the things that we'll be looking at. It's going to be lit because it will be a marathon of hacking, a hackathon. By the way, it's going to be interesting. It will not be a presentation. Now it will be doing things on your tables. This is the end of boring stuff and boring MC. Tomorrow you're going to have great stuff. On your table, check on your table. Do you have some sticky notes? We're going to do that thing we did yesterday. Please be as honest as possible. You tell us how you feeling today. Is today better than yesterday? That's always, I want tomorrow to be better than today. So did you feel like there is something that needs to be done? I mean, like how you're feeling in your heart, in your mind, whatever it is that is going in you. Thank you very much. Number two, okay, how are you feeling today? Let's do that first. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you feeling today? Are you happy? Are you sad? How has your day been? From here, I would like you people to start talking. You know, every time you talk in class, the teacher tells you, keep quiet. And I'm one of those teachers. But from today, I would like you guys to start speaking. Because the questions that you're asking here, no one will ask them if you don't ask. Yet, you're not going to a world that we are making. You're going to your own world. You're living for this world. So there is nobody who should limit you when you want to speak. Nowadays, there is social media. Have a discussion with your parents. See what you can do with your lives. Don't just study books, pass exams, and move on. Find out what is happening. I heard from Wema talking about what is happening on Twitter. I don't know what was hacked on Twitter. I'm like, are you on Twitter, kid? No, he's not a kid anyway. But I was wondering, where did he get all that information? Find out what's happening. Yeah? So don't just stay there and get A's. Get A's and do more. All right? This is the teenage world. So from today and going forward, we're going to have teen voices. From time to time, we'll invite you, we'll call you from the list that you have, and we'll ask you to speak on certain matters that are dear to you through STEAM Labs Africa. Okay, all right. How are you feeling today? I don't want you to feel nice. That's not the reason. Okay, today we had various sessions, from the one of Aya Park on Hyacinth from Lake Victoria in the morning, to the session that was led by teachers. They spoke greatly about what is happening in their staff room and in their head office. And now we went to the third session, which focused on the teenagers speaking themselves. And you guys asked amazing questions to one another. That is your language. That is you guys speaking. How was that? Which one do you think was, best? And you can just, you can just tell us. We have had a session where Noreen Kasam spoke to us after lunch. We have had another session where we had Mr. Nkare speaking to us about law. All these are sessions that are giving us information on various areas and careers. So that don't say, I want to be a lawyer or I want to be a teacher. I don't want anyone to be a lawyer or a teacher. I want you to be everything. Just learn. Open your minds to learning. Which session really, and which one did you enjoy most? I mean, that's what we are seeking. What was the best session for you today? And why? Don't just tell us, I like the part when the MC was trying to dance and he could not. No, don't just say that. Tell us more. Yeah, there was a session where we had a Kahoot. And you know what? Tomorrow will not be like this. It will be a different thing altogether. Stay there with it. Stay with it, my brother. Stay with it. Don't show anyone. Okay? We are about to close for today. We are stretched so much because it's 4:30. We have never done this in our lives. All right, last question is, rate today on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh my goodness, how was today for you? Did you learn anything new? 1 to 10. It was just boring and boring stuff. And you know what I promised? A dance. We did not do it. Because I think we should have started with a dance that morning, that part of the morning where we were waiting. Oh my goodness, I think tomorrow we start with a dance, unless we are guided otherwise. And I was the MC, so I'm sorry for that. I promised I have to make this happen. Tomorrow, as you come, as you finish that, tomorrow as you come, please, you are encouraged. Those who have laptops, you can bring them on board. You can bring them to us, to yourself. You can bring them for the hacking session. If you don't have, just come. Because you're not going to be using laptops. We are going to be using your brain. Laptop will be something that we use. All right? So is that clear? That tomorrow if you have a laptop, you can bring it on board, and we start at 9. Please don't be late. Ensure you bring that, and that will make it possible for us. I'd like my friend here who is seated next to me to come and show us how to say thank you. I want us to teach me how to say thank you to you. And you guys, you have to learn with me. Are you ready? How do you say thank you? Oh, not throwing is. Oh, wow. Thank you. Can you clap for me, please? Clap for yourselves. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much. That was awesome. And now, with that much ado, anybody with a question? No question. So then, I'm going to call Patricia to come here. Please, Patricia, come. Thank you very much. So Patricia is one of our parents, and she's here to tell us we are late. I'm just going to ask her to pray for us as we end the day. Say hi, tell us who you are, and if you have any child around here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh no, Yani, it's been so long. Can I have a better response? Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Patricia. I'm mother to Mwema and Imani, and we're very happy to be here. Yes, we've come to pick them, and you're very late, Mr. Felix. So that's another fine. So those are 2 dances tomorrow. Yeah, please represent me for the second dance. Huh? So let's have a word of prayer and thank God for this good day that we've had. Let's pray. Almighty God, we really do thank you that all these young people have been given to us. They are a blessing to our families. They are a blessing to our community. They are a blessing to our nation. And Lord, even as they push themselves and they challenge themselves, as well as being equipped, we ask, Father, that they would stand as upright members of this society, serving you first of all, and then serving one another. So Lord, we ask that you'll continue to equip them. We pray for the sessions that are coming, that Lord, these sessions would be meaningful and engaging for them. And that Lord, by the end of this week, Father, that you'll have a special message each child will take home to build their lives up and to build the community from which they come from. So we do thank you for this day and all the days that we've had so far and the ones to come. In Jesus' name I've prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, everyone. You can take a photo there as you go home. Please, let's do that very fast because our parents are waiting. Yes? Oh, yes, I forgot. We need to go and take the picture here.